Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Shalom, salam kebajikan, salam harmoni. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the first International Conference on Language and Arts Across Cultures with the theme Literacy Across Cultures, organized by Language and Art Faculty, Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha. This conference is a transformation of International Conference of English Across Cultures that has been conducted for 8 years by Language and Art Faculty of Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha. This conference is transformed because there was a high demand to include not only language and language education, but also arts and arts education. And hopefully, even though this conference has to be conducted virtually due to the pandemic condition, we do hope that this conference can still embrace the academicians and professionals from these disciplines and provide them an opportunity to present their works and their research on language, arts, and education. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor for me to welcome the guests, the Honorable Rector of Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha, who is represented by Vice Rectors of Academic and Relationship Affairs, Vice Directors of Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha, all deans, the Director of Postgraduate Programs and Head of Bureaus, the Honorable Keynote Speakers, all distinguished guests, all the presenters and participants of the first International Conference on Languages and Arts Across Cultures. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to request you to all rise and sing the national anthem of Republic of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya. Please rise. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite you to praise the Almighty God who has given us His blessing and mercy so that we are able to attend this conference.
Om Swastiastu. Om Burbuasu. Bargu dewa siadimahi Diyona prascuradoyu Om wakratunda mahakayu Suryaku Atia Samu Prabu Nirwignam Kurumidiwu Sarwa Karya Yesus Sarwadu Om Saraswati Namostu Abhyam Waradya Kamaru Apini Siadir bawan tumi sadu Om Manu Badra Kerdawiantu Wiswata Om Wignam Astu Namo Sidium Ya Tuhan yang Maha Agung, sumber segala cahaya dan segala kehidupan, semoga Engkau berkenan menganugerahi pikiran kami dengan cahayamu yang Maha Suci. Om Hyang Widi yang Maha Bijaksana, kami yakin bahwa tiada sesuatu apapun yang dapat kami laksanakan tanpa perkenan-Mu. Karena Engkaulah Maha Pencipta, Pemelihara, dan Pelebur alam semesta ini. Ya Tuhan yang Maha Penyayang dan Maha Pengampun, mohon berkenan, jauhkanlah kami dari segala halangan dan rintangan, sehingga acara The First International Conference on Languages and Art Across Cultures yang kami laksanakan pada hari ini dapat berlangsung dengan lancar. Ya Tuhan, penguasa segala ilmu pengetahuan, anugerahkanlah kecerdasan pada semua peserta, sehingga mereka selalu dapat menjadi ilmuwan yang mumpuni. Semoga pikiran datang dari segala penjuru, Semoga konferensi ini berjalan dengan lancar. Om Sriyam Bhavantu Sukam Bhavantu Purnam Bhavantu. Om Dewa Suk semua para cintian Namo Swaha. Om Santi 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 Om.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as our welcome greeting, we would like to present you the dance of language and art faculty called Vidya Dewi Dance. Vidya Dewi is also known as Dewi Saraswati, the goddess who mastered the knowledge and arts. This dance depicts the beauty of Devi Saraswati, who is presenting knowledge to the people with her gentle movement, like the flowers in the garden of knowledge. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Vidya Dewi Dance. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to begin with, I would like to invite the chair of the organizing committee to deliver a welcome address. Please welcome Nyoman Karina Wedanti.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Salam, salam kebajikan, salam harmoni. The Honorable Rector of Undiksha, represented on this occasion by the Vice Rector on Academic and Partnership Affairs, the Honorable all the Vice Rectors of Undiksha, the Head of the Bureau, the Head of the Research and Community Center, Head of Center of the Learning and Quality Assurance Development, and let me also acknowledge the presence of the Director of Postgrad Program, Dean of Faculties, and Vice Dean of Languages and Arts Faculty. Also, let me extend our warm welcome for our distinguished keynote speakers, the Honorable Professor Yasuhiko Sukegawa from Tokyo International University, Japan, Profesor Dr. Inyoman Dharmaputra from Universitas Udayana, Profesor Luh Putu Artini MA PhD from Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha, and Dr. Cora Lindsay from the University of Nottingham, UK. And also we welcome all the presenters and participants of the first ICLAAC 2020. It's my pleasure to walk you through the conference, introduce you to the speakers and delegates that have come from all over the country today to share their knowledge and enhance our mental horizon. Today's conference has about 100 participants participating to share a difference of opinion on different platforms. Ladies and gentlemen, International Conference on Languages and Arts Across Cultures, ICLAAC, is a transformation from ICEAC, International Conference on English Across Cultures, that has been hosted for 8 years by the Language and Art Faculty of Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha, Undiksha. The Language and Art Faculty accommodates over 700, of whom are majoring in English education, Japanese education, Balinese education, Indonesian language education, English for tourism diploma, communication and visual design and arts. These various disciplines trigger the conference transformation. There is a high demand to include not only languages and education issues, but also arts and arts education in the conference. Thus, a big theme is literacy across cultures has been selected to embrace all these disciplines. Ladies and gentlemen, as concerns increase over the spread of the coronavirus in the world, conference organizers canceled the in-person version of the conference this year. ICLAAC 2020 incorporates remote virtual presenters. Today, our keynote speakers' presentations will be streamed online through Zoom webinar. Furthermore, presenters and participants will be accommodated to present and participate remotely. All the presentations have been uploaded by the authors themselves to the ICLAAC official Instagram account, which are publicly open for any questions, comments, and suggestions. This decision is taken due to the COVID-19 coronavirus pandemic and in full support of public authorities in the world in their effort to slow the spread of the disease. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to conclude my speech by encouraging the delegates to participate with increasing numbers in all activities and discussions through the digital platform. I wish you to have fruitful and rewarding exchanges today. Thank you. Om Santi, 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 Om.
This distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to request the honor from Director of Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha, who is represented by Vice Rector on Academic and Relationship Affairs, to give opening remarks and open this conference officially. Please welcome Dr. Gede Rasben Dantes.
Om Swastiastu, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam nama budaya, salam harmoni, best wishes for all of us. Our Honorable Dean, Director of Postgraduate Program, Vice Dean at Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha, our distinguished keynote speaker, all participants and committee. Good morning and welcome to the first International Conference on Languages and Art Across Culture. And let us all praise God Almighty, Ida Sang Yang Widiwasa, for the blessing that we receive so we can have this conference today, albeit the COVID-19 pandemic. It is gratifying to see that despite the difficulty and restriction brought upon us by the pandemic, scholars and researchers from across the globe still can find ways to share the knowledge through the conference today. Ladies and gentlemen, Nelson Mandela once said, if you talk to a man in a language he understands, that goes to his head. If you talk to him in his language, that goes to his heart. Why is it so? Because speaking to someone is in his language means we are respecting his culture, and with it, his tradition and his identity. Thus, it is very important to note that when we learn a language, we also learn its culture, we also learn its literature, its work of art, its history. This is the only way, unfortunately not a very easy one, to build a cross-cultural understanding. But of course, when a language fails, art always speaks louder because a picture speaks 1,000 words. And with interpretation come in different and diverse way, like Derrida said, then art can always be alternative to bridge intercultural communication. The key to this all is the sincere respect toward difference among language and culture as equal, and that they all command the same level of reference. Honorable speaker, presenter, and participant, International Conference on Languages and Arts Across Culture evolved from the previous International Conference on English Across Culture as a determination to grow and reach wider audience and networking beyond its existing specific scope in English and culture. But the spirit of the conference is retained. That is to bring together researcher, educator, and scholar to exchange and share their knowledge, to share their innovation, and also discuss research. The year theme, Literacy Across Culture, aims to address issues related to languages, art, and culture, and hopefully it will also reach the P21 recommendation of the 4C skill, later developed as the 6C, where conception of literacy for the 21st century should also cover digital literacy, such as information literacy, media literacy, and also ICT literacy. Thus, it is expected to, through ICLAAC 2020, we will develop a strong network of researchers and pioneer in language and arts and culture worldwide, akin to state-of-the-art development of our time. Lastly, I would like to thank all the committee and other parties for their cooperation to make the conference happen, and hopefully it will run smoothly. I wish you a very fruitful conference. Thank you and God bless you all. Om Santi, Santi, Santi. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
We would like to request the honor from Director of Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha or his representative to open this conference officially, accompanied by the Dean and Vice Deans of Language and Art Faculty and the Chair of the Organizing Committee by striking the Balinese gong.
On behalf of Rector Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha, we open International Conference on Languages and Arts Across Culture today, officially.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, even though this is virtual, let us give a very big applause to the opening of the first International Conference on Languages and Arts Across Cultures. Thank you very much for Director of Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha or his representative, the Dean, the Vice Dean, and the Chair of the Organizing Committee. Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the first International Conference on Languages and Arts Across Cultures has been officially opened. And this is the time for us to have the keynote presentation. The first session of the presentation will be delivered by Professor Sukegawa Yasuhiko and Professor Inyoman Dharmaputra. So without further ado, we would like to invite the moderator of this session, Ninengah Suwartini, PhD. The time is yours.
First International Conference on Languages and Arts Across Cultures, ICLAAC. Date of event, 5th of November 2020. Venue, via Zoom webinar and Zoom meeting. International Conference on Languages and Arts Across Cultures, ICLAAC, is a transformation from ICEAC, International Conference on English Across Cultures, that has been hosted for 8 years by the Language and Art Faculty of Universitas, Pendidikan, Ganesha, and Undiksha in Indonesia. The Language and Art Faculty accommodates over 700, of whom are majoring in English education, Japanese education, Balinese education, Indonesian language education, English for tourism diploma, communication, and visual design and arts. These various disciplines trigger the conference transformation. There is a high demand to include not only languages and education issues, but also art and art education issues in this conference. Thus, a big theme, literacy across cultures, is selected to embrace all these disciplines. As concerns increased over the spread of the coronavirus in the world, conference organizers canceled the in-person version of the conference this year. ICLAAC 2020 will incorporate remote virtual presenters. Keynote speakers' presentations will be streamed online through Zoom webinar. Furthermore, presenters and participants will be accommodated to present and participate remotely. Arrangement of online presentation possibility is going to be informed later. This decision is taken due to the COVID-19 coronavirus pandemic and in its full support of public authorities in the world in their effort to slow the spread of the disease. The theme of this conference is literacy across cultures. The topic to be presented in the conference are mentioned but not limited to as follows. English in education, teaching English for young learners. TESOL, teaching English and technology. Character education, special need education. Assessment, media development, professional development, material development, and teaching methods. English for specific purposes, applied linguistics. Cross-cultural understanding, arts and cultures, arts and language, visual design. The keynote speakers in this conference are Sanjoy Kumar De, Shanta Mariam University of Creative Technology, Bangladesh. Cora Lindsay, PhD, the University of Nottingham, UK. Professor Yasuhiko Sukegawa, Tokyo International University, Japan. Professor Dr. Inyoman Dharmaputra, Universitas Udayana, Indonesia. Professor Loputu Artini, MA, PhD, Universitas Pendidikan, Ganesha, Indonesia.
Good morning and welcome to the first International Conference on Languages and Arts Across Cultures. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Nina Ngaswatini, affiliated to Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha at Singaraja, Bali, Indonesia. It's a great honor for me to chair this first plenary session with two great keynote speakers. The first plenary session will last for 2 hours. We will have 2 presentations, and each presentation will last for approximately 45 minutes. And at the end of presentations, we will have Q&A session or question and answer session, which will last for about 30 minutes or 15 minutes for each. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now I'm going to introduce the first keynote speaker, Professor Sukegawa Yasuhiko. His current affiliation is Tokyo International University or Tokyo Kokusai Daigaku. And he was affiliated to Tokyo Metropolitan University or Shuto Tokyo Daigaku from 2015 to 2017. And Tohoku University or Tohoku Daigaku from 1993 to 2014. His research areas are humanities and social sciences, linguistics, or Jinbun Sakai Kagaku, Gengo Gaku, and his research interests are language policy, pronunciation, migrants, teaching Japanese as a second language, or Gengo Seisaku, Hatsuon, Teiju Gaikokujin, Nihongo Kyoiku. And his professional membership are Japanese Association of the Social Linguistic Sciences, Japan Association for Language Policy, Japan Association of College English Teachers, the Society for Teaching Japanese as a Foreign Language, Phonetic Society of Japan, Japan Association for Migration, and Intercultural Education Society of Japan, or Sakai Gengo Kagakkai, Nihon Gengo Seisaku Gakkai, Nihongo Kyoiku Gakkai, Nihon Onsei Gakkai, Nihon Imin Gakkai, Ibunkakan Kyoiku Gakkai. Well, he also got many prestigious research grants for scientific research from GSPS, Japan Society for the Promotion of Science, which is known in Japanese as Nihon Gakujutsu Shinkokai. And he also published so many books, academic papers, and academic seminars papers, which I cannot mention here one by one. But in related to Indonesian community in Japan, here are some academic books that represent his works. First is Togengo Sakai to Gaikokujin no Gakushu Shien, or Multilingual Society and Educational Support System for Foreigners, published in 2005 by Keio Gijuku Daigaku Spankai. And Nihon no Indonesia Shakai, or Indonesian Community in Japan, which is published in 2009 by Akaishi Shoten. Gaikokujin Rodosa Ukeire to Nihongo Kyoiku, or Accepting Foreign Workers, and the Japanese Language Education, published in 2017 by Hitsuji Shobo. And Tonan Asia Bunka Jiten, or Nihon no Indonesia Jinsakai, or the Southeast Asia Culture Dictionary. It's about Indonesian society in Japan, published in 2019 by Maruzeng Supang. Today, he's going to present a very interesting topic related to migrant workers and the Japanese language acquisition from his fieldwork at Owarai in Prefecture Ibaraki. Well, it's about 2.5 hours away from Tokyo. Well, I guess for the anime otaku, you know about Owarai because this port city is known as the setting for the anime Girls and the Panzer. Well, there are many migrant workers from Indonesia there, particularly from Manado, who lived for years at Owarai. But their Japanese competence is not improved. So living in Japan for years doesn't mean will make his or her mastering Japanese language well. Why this can be happened? Let's find the answer for this from this presentation. And the title of the presentation is Language Acquisition of Indonesian Migrant Workers, particularly Manadonese in Japan. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start the presentation now. And please welcome our first speaker, Professor Sukegawa. Professor Sukegawa, the screen is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for introduction.
Hi.
Swartini.
Hi. How are you?
I'm fine. I feel as though I am back in Bali from a few hours ago, listening to the music and people's talk. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Sukegawa. I know you're very busy, but I'm so grateful that you can join our conference, and I'm so honored to have you here. Thank you. Okay, let's start your presentation.
Yes, it's my pleasure. And also my appreciation extends to the president and the vice president of Ganesha University of Education, and also all the members of steering committee of this great international conference. And I was really surprised. I was chosen as one of the keynote speakers, but that's maybe that's one of the reasons why might be my relation with Indonesia has been long. It started in 1986, 34 years ago. I finished 2-year Japanese teacher training by Japan Foundation in Tokyo, and Japan Foundation ordered me to go to Manado to teach Japanese at the Department of Japanese Teachers courses. And I did not know the language at all when I was told that, but immediately went to bookshop and also went to Asia Africa Go Gakuin, Institute of Asian and African Languages in Tokyo, started learning the Indonesian language from 1, 2, 3, 4. And since then, I'm always in contact with Indonesians, Indonesian exchange students, Japanese language school students, and migrant workers, or Indonesians who get married with Japanese, and so on. And I ask them about their language in their life. Okay, so could you please start my first slide?
Yeah, so could you help, please? Start from the first slide.
Okay, so this is the title, Language Acquisition of Indonesian Migrant Workers in Japan. Okay, next slide, please. This is my university. My university has almost 1,000 international students from 50 countries. So sometime later, I want to see some of you at my university. Okay. Next, please. Before starting talking about my research, I would like to introduce you. Maybe this is a new idea, welfare linguistics. Welfare linguistics and literacy studies are closely related. And it was Professor Dr. Tokugawa Munemasa, who was born in 1930 and away 1999, proposed the idea of welfare linguistics in 1999. That is, it was his, well, a kind of last will to the academics. He proposed the importance of welfare linguistics, and a few months later, he passed away to our sorrow. And in short, Tokugawa sensei said, linguistics should contribute to the welfare of people. And where's my slide? Please go on to the next slide. So there are very many kinds of linguistics, like sociolinguistics or applied linguistics or theoretical linguistics. But there are this kind of linguistic researches. Ibu Suartini mentioned that about JSPS, and there are many JSPS grant in aid projects running about welfare linguistics. One of the most current large project is project of Professor Hiroshi Noyama's team. It started last year and will end in 2024. The title is Interdisciplinary Research for Developing a Survey on Japanese Literacy, which promotes a society that guarantees basic educations for all. Actually, in Japan, we do a census every 4 years, but in national census, literacy is not asked. Can you write, or can your father read? There are no such questions. But there are more and more illiterate people in Japan. That is, those who come from foreign countries and work at workplaces where they do not need to read nor write Japanese. Japanese is known for its kanji. We have ideograph called kanji, and the number is almost 1,800. It's required to memorize until before we end the 3rd grade of high school. So there are many people who can read hiragana and katakana, but no kanji, or hiragana, katakana, and very few kanji. So it's a big problem for them sometimes. Okay, next slide, please. The next one is also JSPS Granting C. It's a mid-sized project, and it's a comparative study of second language literacy education for migrants and refugees in US, Japan, and Korea, based on Paulo Freire's critical theory. Maybe most of you know the name Paulo Freire. Paulo Freire is Brazilian pedagogist, and he created the idea of illiteracy is one of the most influential factor to the poverty or unhappiness of the people's life. So Paulo Freire created his theory and methods, and it spread to countries like Africa or South Asia. Indonesia did not have a problem of illiteracy, but everybody can read and write Roman alphabet at present. But in Brazil, there are still people who even cannot read ABC. And Mika's group conducting comparative studies in 3 countries. It's also very interesting, and many people are paying attention to. Next, please. And this is mine, and I forgot to write the year. This is from last year, no, this year until next year. Urgent investigation of Japanese competency of specific technique intern trainees in and qualitative methods. Next, please. And this is also about migrant workers. This is my group's study, and started 4 years ago, and it's going to end next spring. Comparative studies of L2 acquisition between Japan's technical intern training program and Korea's employment permit system. I think most of you know about Gino Jishu say program, or technical intern program of Japan, and its good sides and bad sides. And Korea has a special system called employment permit system, and it's very different from other countries' migrant workers acceptance system, but it doesn't cost almost none to go to Korea, except paying some money for Korean language course organized by Korean government in each country. So we were interested in that, and we visit Korea sometimes and compare how Indonesians learn Korean. How well do they speak Korean in Korea, and how well do they speak Japanese in Japan? So it's a comparative study, and it's still has not reached its conclusion, but we have many interesting findings. Okay, next slide, please. And this is Japanese linguistics researchers' tendency these days. After Professor Tokugawa's proposal, more and more welfare linguistic studies are conducted year after year. So for instance, there are caretakers working in Japan, Indonesian caretakers or Filipino caretakers working in Japan, and they learn. Some of them learn very fast, some face difficulty. So many Japanese researchers and Japanese teachers are thinking of that problem, because it is for those Indonesian or Filipino caretakers' welfare, as well as the welfare of our elderly people. So this is one of the trends in Japanese linguistic research. Okay, next please. And before starting my grant is, I'd like you to see this graph, population structure of Japan 2020, yes. So from the bottom, red and blue lines mean how many babies and kids are. So the younger they are, the less they are. So if this rate goes on another 50 or 100 years, maybe there will be no baby born in Japan. On the contrary, if you pick up your population structure, Indonesia or countries like India or Bangladesh, it's almost like a triangle. So many young babies. So in the future, there will be many workers. But Japan is like this. So many factories or many farmers are in trouble because they don't have younger generation to succeed their job. Okay, next please. Now I'd like to introduce you a particular town called Owarai town, Ibaraki Prefecture. There are about 400 Indonesian workers working in factories. Oh, there are some typos, I'm sorry. And since 2005 until now, continuous research has been conducted. Okay, next please. This is the partial map of Japan. It's the mainland, and in the center you see Tokyo Gulf, and this red cross is the place of location of Owarai. It's about 100 kilometers from central Tokyo, 2 hours by train or 2 hours by long distance bus. Next, please. And this is the present data about the town. Population, 18,300 and 400 Indonesians. And main industry of the town are tourism, fishery, fish processing, and agriculture. So it's not a big town, but a small town. The tallest building is just 4 or 5 floors. Okay, next please. And characteristics of fish processing companies in ORI is like this. Because ORI has port and many fishermen catch lots of fish, and they process the fish and sell to Tokyo and surrounding areas. So fishery and fish processing and agriculture are very active in this town. And in a town, there are about 30 companies, but just small or medium-sized ones. And only part-time workers work. They do not belong to the company like businessmen of big companies. But when the company is very busy, they hire many people. When they are not busy, they do not hire a lot. And they are paid by hour. Minimum wage is different from prefecture to prefecture. I think Ibaraki is just in between. Tokyo is the highest, above 1,000 per hour. And in Ibaraki, minimum wage is 851 yen, which is 111,000, no, 117,000 Indonesian rupiah, which you might think big money, but the life cost in Japan is much more expensive than Jakarta. So we have to live very, very well carefully, not spending too much money if our wage is this much, even we work 8 days, 20 days per week. So most workers are elderly women. Working hours starts very early and sometimes till very late. Here I wrote elderly women. Actually, there are 70-year-old woman or 80-year-old woman come to the fish processing factory and cut fish and arrange fish in the box and process the work. So company needs young, strong people. And there are many Manatonese people working in fish processing factories. Okay, next, please. And Indonesian community in ORI is, most members are from Minahasa, North Sulawesi. And so they are Protestants and Catholics. And very strong bondage through church, hometown, and kinship is observed. Next, please. This, maybe you don't need this map, but yeah, Minahasa is about, well, 1,200 kilometers early, I think. Okay, please. About Manatonese people in ORI, their work experience in Indonesia before coming to Japan are very various. Agriculture, fishery, seamen, civil servant, shop clerk, mining, taxi drivers, and so on. But in ORI, there are mainly 3 kinds of work. Most people work in fish processing company, work at construction, and potato farm. Age are, the most are in their 30s and 40s, and young people, 20s, are also living. And there are even 50 years or older. The oldest Manatonese migrant worker is 80 years old now. Next, please. How did the community start? Maybe you can imagine. Two Manatonese working at the Indonesian restaurant in Tokyo came to the town, and they were settled in 1992. One was married to a Japanese seaman. I don't know about the second person, but anyway, two Manatonese started living here. Then they worked very good, and they were very happy, and they were on good term with Japanese. So companies liked Manatonese or Indonesians. So they asked the two people to invite relatives and friends and family members from Indonesia. In those days, well, this is a kind of dark side of migrant workers in Japan, but in 90s and early 2000, migration control was not very severe. So even though their visa as a tourist has expired, police office or migrant immigration office did not do sweeping at all. Many of them stayed in Japan for 5 years or 6 years or 7 years without having such a problem. But now it's different. And one Japanese businessman started to invite Nikkei Indonesians in 2000. Nikkei means someone whose parents are Japanese. So in America, there are Nikkei Amerikajin. ブラジルだったら日系ブラジル人、フィリピンだったら日系フィリピン人がいますね。で、日系 Indonesians are many in Java and also in North Sulawesi. Because of the World War II, after the end of the World War II, the Japanese soldiers stayed in Indonesia and got married and had babies. So they are admitted as Nikkei Indonesians, and they can receive special stay permit by immigration office. Okay, please. And churches is special thing in ORI. Church is the hub of community. In their reproduction of ethnic culture is done, consultation of life is served, place for communication and entertainment. Church is indispensable. Please. This is a picture of Sunday worship. They wear jacket and necktie. In the center is the Pendeta, clergyman. And every day, every week on Sunday evening, they gather and do prayer for 2 or 3 hours. And after that, they have dinner time together. Next picture, please. This is a case of a 3-generation family. Grandfather, mother, and grandchildren live together in ORI. Next, please. And it's incredible. They memorize hundreds of, or maybe 1,000 more Korean hymns by heart, without seeing any book or written music. They sing one after another. This is quite. Next, please. And this is food. They cook their own ethnic food. In this picture, they are baking satay babi. Next, please. And also kinds of spicy food like rica-rica and else. Tahu rica-rica, semua rica-rica. Okay, next please. Now about the research. I think I'm going to end in 15 minutes or so. How is the language competency of the people? When they meet difficulties, how do they solve? How do some people learn Japanese successfully? What interferes them to learn Japanese? Well, there is a research question. So when I went to the community for the time, I found that most of them did not speak Japanese well, although they are in Japan for 2 years or 3 years or 5 years, but progress is very slow. So I wanted to learn, do a scientific research in this community. Okay, next page, please. And this is the background of the researchers, I and my colleague. I already told this. So Yutaka Fukihara, he lived and worked as language education advisor in Minahasa from 2000 to 2003. So incidentally, 2 Japanese teachers have worked in Manado, and I met Yutaka Fukihara, and let's go visit Kampu Manado in Ibaraki. That was the beginning. Okay, next please. Research question. Many of the workers speak very little Japanese using one-word sentence. Why so? One-word sentence, like a young baby. So if they want water, if it's an adult, could you pass me water, or may I have the water? Water, please. But most of them just say mizu, mizu. So one-word sentence is often used by workers. And in order to measure the competence, oral proficiency interview was conducted on 100 subjects. And it has a long story to explain about oral proficiency interview. You can easily find out about oral proficiency internet. So if you are interested in it, please. Oral proficiency interview test is 10 to 30 minutes interview, and we can rate the speaker's competence from to 10. If it's 10, it's native speaker. It's impossible, almost impossible. But if it's 1, his competence is pre-N5, lower than N5. And if it's 2, it's N5, almost like that, yes. And please go next slide. Thank you. So this is the result of OPI on 100 Manadonese workers in ORI. And blue means lowest, red means novice mid, and yellow means novice high. Anyway, blue, red, and yellow are very low competence, like one word speakers competence. And green, intermediate. Those green was only 5%. They can speak like 私は水が飲みたいです or ちょっとペンを借りてもいいですか They can compose a sentence, speak like Japanese adult, but it was very limited number, 5%. Next slide, please. Hi, thank you. So I remember blue and red and yellow means novice learners. And in the bottom, there are numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is years. So from those who are in Japan, most of them are pre-N5 or N5. And up to 5, 6 years, almost all of them are one-word sentence users. And only after 10 years and 11 years, and then 9 years also, 5 people showed the intermediate skill. But most interesting thing is, can you see a short blue over 12? It means he was in Japan for 12 years, but cannot speak, not use Japanese at all, almost at all. I remember he did not know ichi, san, shi. He did not know how to count in Japanese, even though he has been working in Japan for 12 years. It's a surprise. Okay, next slide, please. This is how we did interview. We borrow, this is activity room at City Hall. 次お願いします。Next, please. And this is their apartment, living room. 次お願いします。I'm not driving. This is in a parking area. And this gentleman has 3 children who are so noisy, active. So I gave up interviewing in the apartment and moved to the car and finished recording. Next, please. This is a case of couple, wife and husband, and I visited their house and the attic and did 2 interviews at one time. Okay, next, please. And you can see the recorder on the table. So we all interviews were recorded, and I and Professor Fukihara together did the proficiency of the subject. Okay, next, please. So this is a sample of interview, novice low, stay length 10 years. I'm sorry I did not bring the original recording today. 〇〇さんはどこから来ましたか？どこから 何どこの人〇〇さんはインドネシアですよね。あ、インドネシア、マナド。インドネシア、マナドのあと20年かあとの仕事チェンジのビトゥン。So, from this conversation, it is apparent that he does not know the word doko, which is one of the most basic interrogative, doko, where. Actually, Indonesian people meet someone and the first question they ask is dari mana. So I thought Indonesians also learn the word doko very quickly in the early stage of their stay, but he was in Japan for 10 years but did not know the word dari mana, doko kara. じゃあ and I repeated the Indonesian repeated the question, Indonesia no doko, manado, and in the last line, he did not understand my question, Indonesia no doko, dari mana di Indonesia? But his answer was 20年, ato shigoto change no bitun. So it was apparent he did not know the word mana, doko. Next slide, please. This case is also novice law. Stay length is 6 years. 今は日本で何してますか？仕事。Okay, so far okay. そうですか。どんな仕事ですか？いろいろな仕事。一番面白い仕事は何ですか？一番面白いの仕事はどんな仕事？ So there is communication breakdown. The first question and answer was perfect. 何をしていますか？仕事。But I asked another question. どんな仕事ですか？Kerjaan bagaimana? But he could not answer his job in Japanese. Probably he worked at fish processing company or farm or hotel, but those words does not come out of his mouth. It was a surprise. So he has been in Japan for 6 years, but he could not answer どんな仕事 kerjaan bagaimana いろいろな仕事いろいろな、これはまっちゃんという意味ですね。で、一番面白い仕事は何ですか？で、答えはなし。じゃあ次お願いします。はい。で、もう一度見てください。1年目、2年目、3年目、4年目、5年目、6年目、7年目、8年目、9年目、10年目、11、12年目。Although time passes year after year, Japanese proficiency does not improve in accordance with the time accumulation. Or there is a progress, but the progress is very slow. じゃあ次のスライドお願いします。So our findings, novice mid is the most in number, 63%. Many people stay at novice mid even after many years in Japan. 52% are 5-year plus and novice mid. 2% are novice low after 10 years plus. Novice hire found only among 5 years plus and is 16%. Intermediate are found only among 9 years plus and is 5%. Intermediate means someone who can use sentence. Novice means who can speak by word. 95% speak one-word sentence. That's the findings. They learn very slowly compared to exchange students or Japanese school students, very slowly. I first naively thought that if Indonesian people come to Japan and live and work for 1 year or 2 years, there'll be natural acquisition of the language. Even they are 30 or 40 years old, they would learn the language like young children do, to some extent, but it was different from my expectation. Next, please. Then we did participant observations. We join church activities and serve as interpreter. We go to clinics and serve as interpreter. And we go and work at spinach farm and work with Indonesian workers. And we visit fish processing. And we found out how they use the language, how much Japanese is required. 次お願いします。This is spinach farm, Mr. Fukihara. 次お願いします。This is fish processing factory. They do not speak any no Japanese. Next, please. This is a visitation with graduate students of Tohoku University to fish processing company. So they want to exchange conversation, but it cannot last long of the limitation of vocabulary. Next, please. Findings from participant observation is farm work very simple. Language is not necessary. When complicated communication is needed, they ask who speaks Japanese better. Like when someone is ill and has to explain the condition to the doctor, she or he brings young child to the doctor and asks them to translate. For instance, there was a case like her elbow was aching. So she did not word for elbow. And when it started about like 5 days ago, so doctor needs such information. And the child who goes to the doctor, or I went to the doctor with such people and translate their illness to the doctor, receive medicine and come back home. 次お願いします。This is also fun. No Japanese competency is required at all. Okay, next, please. Findings in fish processing company, they can work if they memorize very limited number of like name of fish, katsuo, iwashi, sanma, that's all. And some factories prepare translated word list. So novice mid, N5 is enough. Next, please. Some communication in Japanese is needed. For instance, この箱には魚10匹入れてください。この箱に魚12匹入れてください。Ada printer dari bos pabrik dan harus mengerti. じゃあ次お願いします。これは魚の名前が書いてあります。そしてその横にいろいろなテープがあって、その魚がわかるんですね。で、白いですから、is in a white box. So after closing, they cannot see what's inside. So in order to tell which fish is in what box, they tape the correct color regarding the fish. じゃあ次お願いします。So this is the last page summary. Indonesian workers do not need to mix the local Japanese people because of the community. Most problems solved with the help of Indonesian. A few of them have Japanese. Due to ICT, they are connected with Indonesia more closely than before. So we are thinking these factors might be reasons why they learn Japanese very slowly. But with Indonesian migrant workers, this is an extremely negative case. And to the contrary, like construction workers learn Japanese quickly. They become fluent in 1 year or less. So we are now still continuing OPI research with the community. Thank you very much for listening. どうもありがとうございました。
Thank you very much, Professor Sukegawa. From Professor Sukegawa presentation, I think we know why in Japan, particularly in Oarai, there's a high demand for foreign workers. This is because of the declining birth rate and the aging population in Japan, and which is known in Japanese as Shoshi-koreika shakai. And to live and work in Japan, it will be much beneficial if the foreign workers to have competence in the Japanese language. But unfortunately, the migrant workers from Indonesia, particularly from Manado here, had limited competence in Japanese language, despite of they have been living and working in Japan for years. So they have a strong, the reason is, they have a strong bond as an ethnic community, so they can live as they do in their home country. And language barrier in the communication with the Japanese can be solved because there is always some help from others. And church has important role in their social life in Japan. And also in this case, the acceleration of ICT and the popularization of social networking services make them easily to communicate to each other anywhere, anytime. So they feel that a language barrier is not a problem, they can solve it. Well, thank you very much, Professor Sukegawa. And now the time is rushing. We will move to the second presentation. Our second presenter is Professor Inyoman Dharmaputra. His affiliation is University of Udayana, and he is an expert in Indonesian literature. His research field are tourism studies, cultural studies, Balinese literature, and Indonesian literature. Honorary professor in the School of Languages and Culture, University of Queensland, Australia, and he also experienced many scholarship visiting programs and research fellows overseas, such as Japan, French, Australia, Switzerland, Netherlands, and many other countries. And he published so many books, book chapter, edited book, academic papers, and academic seminar papers, which I cannot mention them all due to the limitation of time. And his current research progress are Affinity Tourism, Cultural Identity and Globalism, the Garuda Wisnu Kencana Park, and Chinese and Indian tourists in Bali, funded by University of Udayana Research Center in 2019. And the second is Peluang Tantangan Penerbitan Buku Sastra Bali Modern Dewasa Ini, or opportunities and challenges in the publication of modern literature in the Balinese language, funded by University of Udayana Research Center in 2019. Today, he is going to present another very interesting topic in the relation with tourism, romance, literature, and the Balinese identities. And with the title, Negotiating Identities, Cross-Cultural Interaction in Literary Works by the Balinese Writers. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Inyoman Dharmaputra. Professor Inyoman Dharmaputra, the screen is yours.
Thank you very much, moderator. First of all, I would like to express my deepest appreciation to the conference committee for organizing a well conference, and also to the participants who also supporting the successful of this wonderful conference. Today, I would like to share my recent interest on the Balinese identity, which is discussed against the context of tourism development. So my area interest, as just been mentioned, is on tourism, Balinese culture, and also literature. Before starting, let me take your attention to the photograph, the illustration of my slide cover. It is a wedding ritual between a Balinese woman and a foreigners. We don't know where the foreigner come from, but in general in Bali, almost every single foreigner often called as a tourist, although they are not tourists, they already married, they still call tourists. The importance of this photo illustration is really related to my main argumentation, that is in Balinese literary works, mixed marriage between Balinese and foreigners often prohibited. So Balinese writer reluctant to write story with the ending Balinese and Westerners who love each other, been together for some time, they are not end up into a marriage. While in the reality, the mixed marriage is something common. Probably hundreds, if not thousands of Balinese people or other people who live in Bali perform a mixed marriage. And from then on, I would like to discuss or examine why Balinese writer didn't allow or didn't want to or didn't keen to see the character that they represented in their literary works to be a happy couple. The scope of my presentation is quite long, but I try to use the time effectively. First of all, I would like to say that Bali is known for its cultural tourism that is rich in fine art and traditional performing arts. So the art and culture in addition to nature, are the main attraction for people who come to the island, be them from Australia, Japan, and also Chinese. The Chinese become a growing market recently, especially before the pandemic. Now tourism is standstill. Very sad to say so. Bali, it is hardly known as a center of growth of modern arts. So Bali often associated closely as a rich in traditional culture, although we need to clarify later on also what we mean by modern and literature. But in general, the label given to Bali is where society successfully maintain the traditional culture, although the label is given in the context of modern era or globalization. So traditional things highly associated to Balinese, to Bali and Balinese people in general. In reality, Bali has also contributed many writers to the world of Indonesian literature. Even some of them has received prestigious national and regional Asian award, such as Southeast Asia Award. So one of the younger writer from Bali, named Oko Rusmini, awarded Southeast Asia Award by Kingdom of Thailand a couple of years ago. So Bali also where modern literature, modern art, theater also flourish, not only traditional kind of art. I also like to mention also the Ubud Writer and Reader Festival, where a discussion of modern literature, various literary genre, and contemporary art and creative industry often taking place. Even in this pandemic era, the festival is still organized, still being run. They don't stop it, although they do it online like what we are doing now. So in my presentation, I would like to discuss modern literature by Balinese writer by choosing themes on cross-culture relation and to what extent this interaction are used to show how Balinese people negotiate their identities. So I'll try to match my presentation with the main theme of this conference, literacy across culture. Let me start with the research gap so far, why this presentation is important in the study of Balinese identities, culture change, and modernization. I would like to say that international scholars who work on Bali, such as Picard, Adrian Vickers from Australia, Picard from France, Picard, myself, and Ford from Australia, Rubinstein, Connor, Skulter Noldor from Netherlands, myself, have extensively studies on issue around Balinese identities against the ongoing change caused by modernization and globalization. We also need to mention also the process of colonialization and also nationalization. Both of them are also played important role in the way Balinese understand themselves, how we were Balinese, why we consider ourselves as Balinese. So the issue of identity contraction is very important, and that issue has been taken into studies by those scholars that I mentioned before. But their works mainly based on public discourses about religion, art, culture, tradition, nationalism, and tourism. Especially Picard books, I will show the cover in a minute, discuss the issue of how Balinese were accused has lost their Balinese-ness, whether is that true or how Balinese really try to strengthen or negotiate or construct their identity in the various kind of ongoing change, which is sometimes out of their control. In those studies, none of them use literary discourses to examine how Balinese construct, maintain, strengthen, or negotiate their identity. So as I mentioned before, Picard based his studies on religion and how religion were considered as one foundation of Balinese identity. If you were Balinese, that means you are Hindu, or if you are Hindu, you most likely Balinese, something like that. Or if you are Balinese, you speak your own mother tongue. So language also important. Despite the facts, none of those except my studies, which is I will tell a little bit later on, use literary works. Literary is also important in the sense of the content, the theme, and also the language use. I will talk about the heterogeneous of literature in Bali. So the contribution of my study, hopefully to give us a wider understanding on how Balinese negotiate their identity in various area. In this case is in literary works. This is a various studies that I just discussed before. Hans Coulter Nordok, for example, in a Bali Open Fortress, discussed the issue of regionalization. This book is came out after the Reformation movement that brought about the importance of regional government system, which then caused the issue of regional identity. In this book, Nordok argued that the Bali is a kind of open fortress. So fortress is, I like this terminology because it's a kind of oxymoron. Because a fortress is something always close, strong, nothing can go into the fortress, but Bali is an open fortress. So opens mean Bali is always welcome, not only a trader in the early period, but also tourists or visitor. And through the agent, be them a trader or tourist, they also brought about their culture. So the interaction across culture between Balinese culture and culture from outside really important in the way Balinese understand themselves. Another books also discuss similar kind of thing by looking at different area of study, including Adrian Vickers, for example, discuss a lot about the Balinese art. He published extensively on Balinese art and culture, and how the Western artists influence Balinese art, but are able to maintain the identity of Balinese painting, for example, if we discuss. So is in the performing arts. This is a more work on Balinese identity to change Bali, the book that we edited, Adrian Vickers and myself. And the middle one is the recently published book, the translation from French edition of Kebalian. Kebalian means Balinese-ness, the identity of Balinese. What form the idea of identity for Balinese people? So Vickers is one of the prolific and influential in the discussion of Balinese identity, and this is the other one is my book on Balinese reflection or modernity and identity, based on my dissertation. But the difference between my published book with the current presentation is to look more on the recent literary work published, whether there is a shift in the way Balinese writer depicts their Balinese character interaction with foreigners. Now let me give a little bit of background on the Bali's literary words. Bali's literary word is heterogeneous, far from monogeneous or homogeneous, with at least three types of literature live or practice hand in hand in long time ago, since long time ago until the present day. The first one is traditional Balinese literature, dating back from 16th century, but some also argue from the 9th century. They written in Old Javanese with some influence also from Indian Sanskrit literature, and also in a high level of Balinese language, which is still being practiced nowadays. Some of them, most of them in the past, written in the palm leaf lontar, where the book was not available at the time. But despite the fact the tradition of writing in Lontar still being practiced today, and our local government also has promoted the among young people to like to write or draw something on Lontar leaves, although computer and other modern tool available, but we are invited to preserve our tradition or culture heritage. The second type of literature is Indonesian or national literature. This literature written in Indonesian language. Usually started since the wake of spirit of nationalism, which is in the 1920s. Although there's a lot of discussion or disagreement about the birth or the born of Indonesian literature, but it is 1920s is mostly considered. And in that case, Bali contributed a number of prominent literary writers. Among the earliest one is Panji Tisno, whose hometown or place is Singaraja, where the Undiksha, our university, located. And the other young one is Oko Rusmini, the one who received Southeast Asia prestigious literary award a couple of years ago. The third type of literature is modern literature in the Balinese language. So we have traditional literature in Old Javanese and the Balinese language, but we also have a modern literature in the Balinese language. The difference between traditional and modern is in the term of form. While the traditional took a form mostly on the traditional poem, and written means to be sung, not read in a soliloquy mood, but perform in a ritual and so forth. While the modern literature in the Balinese language is similar to national literature or Western literature, where poems are also written, but it's different kind of poem. It's kind of free verse poem, novel, short story. In the traditional Balinese literature, we don't have a terminology on novel and the like. So modern Indonesian literature started, as I mentioned before. Now in this, before start to show some work that become the object of my studies, I would like to define the who are the Balinese writers, and this is important to be described, but we have to come to the reality, which is it is hard to get a satisfaction definition. Balinese writer, it is often defined by ethnicity. It means that those who were born as Balinese, regardless of where they live in Indonesia. A writer like Putu Wijaya, who was born in Tabanan, a district in the central south of Bali, but he spent most of his time in Yogyakarta and then in Jakarta. So he's still considered or often considered and accept to be considered as a Balinese writer, although he's also considered as a national or Indonesian writer. So identity here is a kind of multiple, not a singular. A Balinese writer also defined as those who work and live in Bali for considerably a long time of period, regardless of their ethnic background. One writer that his work I use here as an analysis is Professor Sunaryono Basuki, who is a former professor in the literature or language department in Undiksha. I'm sure that most of us participants from the Undiksha were students of Professor Sunaryono. And in this study, I choose them and consider them as Balinese writers more of first because of their works that represent interaction cross-culture between Balinese and foreigner, and their ethnicity background come second. So this is more kind of practical way to defining a Balinese writer. And most of the work that I'm going to examine in this presentation is works that receive inspiration from tourism development in Bali. We know that the tourism first introduced by the Dutch colonial in the 1910s or early 1920s. But after the Indonesian independence, those initiative continues by Sukarno government and also by Suharto and the rest of the Indonesian government. And the 1960s often considered as the late 1960s, often considered as the beginning of the mass tourism in Bali, marked by the establishment of 10 stories building hotel in Sanur Beach, which is Hotel Bali Beach, funded by the war reparation money from Japanese government, where our government built a couple of hotels in Jakarta, in West Java, Ambarumo in Jogja, and Bali Beach in Bali. That new hotel and also the expansion of Balinese airport often considered as the beginning of tourism industry, mass tourism, and also the flooding of the Western influence. In those days, let's say in the 1970s, the term of so-called hippies, a lot of them came to Bali, and the Balinese people, the government, the community leader started to worry about the negative influence of the hippies. Although there's also an argument that hippies are those who come to a place, a tourist destination, to appreciate more local culture, spend more on local shop rather than the upper class people. I would discuss this issue further, but I would like to say that the tourism development, since they become a serious issue, often gave inspiration to Balinese writers to write. So in the narrative form, the interaction between Balinese and tourists become recurrent themes. Dozens of works, short story, novel, portray the interaction between Balinese and Westerners. This work are not only reflecting contemporary realities in those days, but also can be read on how cross-cultural interaction between host and guest. Host is the tuan rumah, guest is a tamu, host and guest, the foreigner, the people in the local, are depicted again the issue of Balinese identity. The more people, the local people meet and contact with the outsider, a foreigner, the more they like to understand themselves, in a sense, to understand their identity. The object of my studies is, this is 4 works. The one is a short story anthology written in the Balinese language, recently published in 2014. And this short story collection didn't include in my previous studies that published in the book form. The second work published in the Balinese language is the Pang Tiang Bajang Kayang Kayang, Let Me Be Single Forever. This story is very interesting because it's describe or tells a relationship between a Balinese woman, a hawker, what we call it pedagang acung, someone who sell forcefully to tourists, buy me sir, to a travel writer named John Pike from Melbourne. So John Pike came to Bali and met the girl whose name is Sari, and because Sari helped him a lot, not only by keeping information, but also helping him to find an accommodation in Ubud, the relationship become more closer, and they fall in love to each other and agree to marry. But at the end, sad things occur where John Pike from Australia, just 2 days or 3 days ahead of the wedding ceremony, John Pike happened to be in the Sari Club, where he was killed by the bomb blast. So, because Sari helped him a lot, she decided not to marry anyone. So, she wanted to keep herself single forever as an expression of love to Australian men. Actually, during the bomb blast, John went to Kuta in order to pick up, to meet his friend, relative, who came to Bali to witness his wedding ritual. But the wedding never occurred. And Aku Cinta Lovina, I Love Lovina, a novel by Sunaryono Basuki, the professor, who passed away, I think, a couple of years ago. A story between a hotel employee with a British tourist. So hotel employee called Putu is genre name, Putu Swarchaya, and the British tourist called Caroline. As usual, stereotyping things occur in these works. Not only in the Sunaryono novels, but also in the Mekal Paris and the Pangtiang Bajang Sekayang-Kayang. Those stereotypes include one, the Westerners always presented or depicted as those who are rich, has more money, disposable income than the Balinese. They come to Bali, they spend money for the holiday, but they also become a generous people to help the local. So that's a kind of stereotypization of the Westerners as being richer than Balinese. And if we look at the terminology that introduced by Professor Sukegawa in the beginning of his presentation on the issue of welfare linguistic, and here also the interaction between Balinese and Westerners involve a kind of welfare literature, in the sense that the Westerners come to help the local people. And in this story, the Aku Cinta Lovina, the story actually involved a lot of romance between the Balinese man, Putu, and Caroline. They met in a room, they kiss each other, but there's not a sexual contact, but there's a romance between the two. The relationship between Balinese and British here, again, didn't end up into a marriage. The story end up with how Westerners who, from the financial point of view, have more income, at the end invited Putu's sister to study overseas until she got her PhD degree. And Putu, his mother and his father all were invited to the graduation ceremony in the UK. So this is a very interesting how the economic gap, literary welfare, if we would like to follow this term, will play in the literary work by Balinese writer. The last work is very interesting too. It's Wanita America, an American woman killed in Ubud. And this story against stereotype how the Westerners have more disposable income than the local people. The character of this story is Susan from United States came to Bali and met by Bram, a Balinese man, in a cremation ritual. As we know that the cremation, one of Balinese tradition, often became tourist attraction. So tourists who come to Bali often like to see how Balinese cremation is done. And Bram and Susan quickly love each other. The writer described them how they spend the night together and having sex together, and again agree to marriage to each other. So they love each other. But at the end, like the other story, the writer didn't like to see the unite between the Balinese and Westerners. So they kill the woman character through a literary device by disclose that Susan, the American woman, was not a really pure tourist who come to Bali, but was a member of gun syndicate who ran away from her country to Bali. And she was shot down by another gang, her enemy, another syndicate. So the point that I would like to pick up here is, although Balinese and Westerners easily get together in a cross-cultural interaction, falling in love, having holiday romance, promise to marry, at the end, marriage never taking place. Marriage never taking place. Those are the main subconsciousness theme of literary works by Balinese writer. Way different from the anthology that's written in the Balinese language, published recently, the Mekal Paris. In the Mekal Paris, that contain, I think it's 14 short story, including short story between Balinese man and French woman, Balinese man and Japanese woman. Stereotyping, again, taking place. The Westerners, the foreigners are more riches, and they come to Bali because they lose something spiritually in their home country. And when they come to Bali, they some sort of find what they're looking for. For example, Mekal Paris, from Paris, her name was Christina. She fall in love with Ida Bagus, a man from the upper caste in Bali, and they married together. Although marriage taking place in the short story, again, the writer tried to maintain Balinese as being Balinese. I mean, in their marriage, the writer depict how the foreigners like to become Balinese rather than the Balinese become Westerners. So this is, I interpret as a way, or perhaps some subconscious way of Balinese people not to let Balinese to become Westerners or their culture become Westernized, but make the outsider to become Balinese. And here in the Mekal Paris or Madame Paris, Christina like to become a Hindu. A detailed ritual of how non-Hindu become a Hindu is explained in this short story, in the ritual called Sudi Wedani. So it's the story about a Balinese man with a Japanese girl called Takamura. Although a Balinese man spent some time in Japan, in Tokyo, and enjoy all the kind of advanced and cosmopolitan Tokyo, at the end, they agreed to live as a Balinese. Not only the Balinese character, but also Takamura herself. Even their name also changed into Balinese. So this is a kind of, what kind of identity are negotiated by Balinese writer in their literary works. Yeah, I have discussed those far, and let me quote how those story are presented in their work. So in the novelette, a novelette is not a novel because it's a novel, an American woman killed in Ubud. This is how the holiday romance developed between Balinese and Westerners. So his hand slide under my shirt. This is where Bram, the Balinese man, and Susan, the American woman, spent the night in Ubud after roaming around Bali as a tourist. So his hand slide under my shirt, rubbing my chest, his finger played, stretching instantly, slowly. Bram, he whispered, I'm sorry, the translation is wrong here. Must be she. Her hand slide under my shirt, rubbing my chest, her fingers played, stretching instantly, slowly. Bram, she whispered near my ear, are you sleeping? I pretended to stretch for a moment. The silence again. Susan kissed the nape of my neck. So this is the romance incident took place in a villa in Ubud, which then developed into a sexual contact between the American woman and a Balinese man. This story ends with a very interesting way in terms of the plot structures. In the beginning of the story, the Balinese man met the American woman in a cremation ritual. Likewise, the story ended up in a ritual, cremation ritual. But this time, the one who cremated was the American woman, because she left a will. Bram, when she left a will in her family back in the United States. She wanted to be cremated in the Balinese way. Again, someone, a foreigner or non-Hindu, can only perform a Hindu ritual after they transform to a Hindu people. So again, the process of Hinduization that occurred in Madame Paris also occurred in this novel. So it's a lot of interesting plot element taking place in the story by Balinese writer in terms of Balinese identity. So if your identity is not Hindu, you cannot be cremated. But if you wish to be cremated, you have to accept to be Hinduized yourself first. It's something like that. So this is the story from the I Love Lapina by Sunaryono, how the story also describe the romance and intimacy between Balinese and the British. Please. Again, she said while pulling me to bed, even though it was my first time kissing, I tried to maintain my awareness as a hotel employee who had to serve their guests, but not serve in bed. Please stay with me. So the British woman begged the Balinese hotel employee to have the night with her. So another stereotyping things in Balinese representation of cross-cultural interaction between Balinese and Westerners are the fact that sexually Westerners are often more easily to approach. So it is the Westerners who show more a kind of interest to having romance or sexual contact first. Although the reality is much more complex than that. In almost every single stories that depict the relationship between Balinese man and Western girl, or Western nurse man and Balinese girl, the Westerners girl often stereotyped as someone who is thirst on more on sexual rather than Balinese character. So very interesting thing. And this is the story in the Let Me Be Single Forever. John S.G. Cheng married in Balinese? Yes, Wayan, said John innocently. Will John be Balinese? Wayan mother asked very seriously. That is my choice, Wayan. So again, it is not the Balinese who become Westerners in the mixed marriage, but Balinese writer do it the other way around. The Westerners become Balinese. That is the clear message that the Balinese writer didn't want their character, the Balinese people, to become Westernized or to become Western people, but do the other way around by describing it is better for them to become us rather than us to become them. This is the short story in Madame Paris. Madame Paris loves studying, learning Balinese, making offerings, learning the meaning of offering. So if you are Balinese, you're supposed to know about tradition, about culture. And this description suggested how a writer tried to Balinize their Western character, not to Westernize Balinese character. If the last case occurred, that means Balinese will lose their identity. So this is a story, a kind of way of Balinese writer, not only one, but many of them, not only a couple of literary texts, but in many literary texts, how Balinese writer suggested that it would be better for Balinese to keep their culture, to keep their language, to keep their religion, but still become an open fortress, welcome others without needing to become them, to becoming them. So this is all have been mentioned. My conclusion to end my presentation. So reading literary works by Balinese writer from the host and guest relationship. This is a really anthropological theory of studying tourism proposed by Smith and others from the 1970s. It is clear that Balinese people saw an outgoing attitude in cross-cultural interaction. So foreigners were depicted as people who love Bali and sexually easier to approach. This is, I need to mention this because it's appear recurrently in Balinese work. So despite closeness and intimacy, marriage is always prevented between Balinese and foreigner, a kind of subconsciousness of Balinese writer that suggests the need of Balinese to keep their identity, not to become Westerner. Although marriage took place, as many occur in real life and also in the story Made in Paris, the writer shows the willingness of foreigner to become Balinese rather than the other way around. Shortly, Balinese literature is an arena for Balinese writer to negotiate Balinese identity, a discourse fit to what we call Ajak Bali, to keep Bali, remain Bali. I should end my presentation here. It probably can be continue in the question and answer later on. Thank you very much. Time, yours, moderator.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Dharma, and very interesting presentation. And I find the uniqueness of these presentations is about tourism, particularly it's about the characteristic of the Balinese tourism and also the foreign tourists that come to Bali, in searching for the slow life and escape from the race life in the big city, and also the feeling of nostalgic, I guess, is and also the Orientalism. So maybe that's also they have relation to the romance story of the tourists in Bali, and the unique and other uniquenesses about the Balinese identity as the Balinese, and how this romance story ended unhappily. This is unlike the romance story in general, which ended happily. For example, the bestseller that we know in the 2006, which is written by Elizabeth Gilbert, it's about age, play, and love, and how they're traveling for the local cuisine, local authentic cuisine to Italy, and they traveling for the spiritual in India, and finally they find love in Bali. So actually this is ending in happily, but it's different to what the Professor Dharma presented just now. And also, and if we think about this story will be ended happily, I guess maybe it will be well, as we know about the catching phrase, very popular catching phrase, it will be, you can take the girl out of Bali, but you cannot take the Balinese-ness out of the girl. Maybe, so that is how the Balinese maintain their Balinese-ness as a Balinese identity. Okay, thank you very much. And because, well, we run out of time, so now we will move to the question and answer sessions. From the inbox, I already saw a number of questions from the participants. Now, we will start the questions addressed to Professor Sukegawa. We have 2 questions here from Pa Adi. Okay, I will start with the first question. Did the research address their attitude regarding the target language, I mean the Japanese? And since I believe language attitude might contribute to the success of their mastery of a target language. That is the first questions. And the second one is, what programs have been conducted to workers in order to help the master Japanese language? Maybe example, immersion program maybe, or other programs. Okay, that's the two questions. Please, Professor Sukegawa. よろしくお願いします。
Yes, language attitude is, as is pointed out, important. And I and my colleague, many follow-up interviews to the subjects after the OPI. And it is very out to like what happened in American presidential election 2 days ago. The mass communications expectation was totally denied by the reality. Because, so my question is, do you want to learn Japanese? Do you wish to become fluent Japanese speaker? All the people say yes. But in reality, they are very tired after work, or they already have Japanese, Indonesian friends, so they are not really interested in learning Japanese. So it's very difficult to measure attitude science, but we are still trying to. And but we become very closely related. People tell us the real words. Like someone told me, I don't like to be a part of Japanese. I don't like to be Japanized, because Japan does not have God. Nobody believes in Christianity or Muslim or Hindu, Shinto or Buddhism. They just go to Buddhism temple for ceremony only on the day of. So I don't think the Japanese people are people without religious mind. So they feel they are away. They feel psychological distance from Japanese. So I think that's one of the reasons why that person did not learn Japanese. So, but I am not ready to perfect the question. The question is very interesting question. That exactly we have the same question always in our mind. Thank you very much for asking. And what was the second question?
And the second question is, what programs have been conducted to workers in order to help them master Japanese language? For example, immersion program maybe?
There's no, there are basically two kinds of Indonesian migrant workers in ORI. One is Nikkei, descendants of Japanese. So they come to Japan without any formal teaching, learning Japanese language. And the only way is they learn on their own or attend volunteer Japanese language class, which is conducted twice a month in ORI city hall. And the other type of migrant workers are technical trainees. And in this case, they have to learn 2 or 3 months intensively before leaving Indonesia. And after arriving in Japan, again, 100 hours or so. And the method is quite traditional, grammar translation or pattern practice method. Pattern practice, audiolingual method are still used. So immersion program is, well, for kids, yes. Actually, young kids of primary school or kindergarten age are mixed Japanese, so they automatically learn the language. It's not actually immersion, but they learn Japanese, but to their mother tongue Indonesian, attrition happens. So many young kids become Japanese monolingual, and as they grow up, they cannot communicate with their parents. That is another serious problem happening in ORI. I think I answered.
Thank you very much, Professor Sukegawa, and I find it very interesting for the next research. Research questions. Okay, thank you very much. And now we move to the question addressed to Professor Dharma Putra. We have 2 questions here. First question is from Vira, the student of English Language Education. The question is, background of the writer, I think, influenced his or her writing. I'm sorry. Background of the writer, I think, influenced a lot his or her writing. Can we use his or her writing as the representatives of the community where the writer comes from? Okay, Professor Dharma Putra, could you please answer the question?
Yeah, thank you, moderator, and also thank you to Wira for your question. Yes, we can study the meaning of literary text from the writer point of view, or from the writer just looking at text. The other one, we can also study a literature based on the reception of the reader. A different reader might have different comments. So if we want to look at the meaning of literature from the background of the writer, we certainly can do so. And in this special example, I can tell you that how the works by Sunaryono Basuki is very different from those 3, because the work by Sunaryono Basuki is set in 2 places, one in Bali, in the Lopina and beyond, and also in London. And we can tell that Sunaryono could do so because he had the experience to spend some time when he studied for his master degree in the UK. So other writers never been overseas, so hardly to see any description of the story overseas. Most of them are written based on what their experience, their idea on the local place. Interesting information a little bit for Ide Bagus Widya Sokenetan, the writer of the Makal Paris. He wrote and published a short story before he went overseas. Suddenly, 1 year after the publication, he is a teacher, graduated from the Undiksha. He got a scholarship to do a comparative studies study banding in Europe. And he went to the place that he has written in his book, but nothing must influence back to what he has written because it's already done. That is my response to your question, Vira. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Dharma. And now we move to the last questions addressed to Professor Dharma. And this is the last question for this session. The question is from Agus, student from English Language Education. And his question is, the narrative produced influenced by the tourism development. What is your prediction on the narrative produced in this tourism situation? I mean, in this pandemic era. Okay, please, Professor Dharma.
Yeah, thank you, Agus. This is a very interesting question. There is a short story collection against by Ida Bagus Widyasa Kenetan, written in the Balinese language and contain around 12 short story and all about pandemic COVID. The title of his short story collection is Wuhan. We know that Wuhan is the place in China where the pandemic outbreak first took place. And I haven't read all the story, but in general, it's inspired by what happened in the world right now. And I'm sure that there's a lot of works that take a theme on pandemic, published in the newspaper, online, published as book form or e-book form that we can read, including short story novel. And I use some of them as teaching material for my class. I asked my students to find short story on pandemic online, and then we discussed it. And they found out a lot of story very interesting. For example, one earlier story about the pandemic took place in Sumatra, in a village where it was written in February or March, where the outbreak, the pandemic was still considered not exist or will never occur in Indonesia. During those days, the declination or the refusion or denial on the outbreak came to Indonesia was the public discourse, and the story influenced by the public discourse in those days. Indonesia is a tropical country, will free from pandemic, but now we know that pandemic occur everywhere. So it's very interesting things. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Dharma. It's a very clear and easy to understand about the answer. Okay, because we are, time is rushing, so that's all for the discussion in this first plenary session. Because our schedule is will be end at 12, and we will have a lunch break from 12 to 12:30. So, I'm so happy to host this plenary session, and I believe that we have a fruitful discussion here, and we learned much about linguistic welfare, Japanese language acquisition among the Indonesian migrant workers at ORI from Professor Sukegawa, and we also learn about tourism, literature, romance, and the Balinese identity from Professor Dharma Putra. Lastly, I would like to thank you, Professor Sukegawa and Professor Nyama Dharma Putra, for sharing your research and your academic works and all the participants in this session. So please give all the a big applause to our great keynote speakers. Well, that's the end of our first plenary session, and I would like to give back the screen to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you.
Terima kasih Pak Prof. Nyoman.
So thank you very much, Professor Sukegawa and Professor Dharma, for the insightful presentation and the sharing. Ladies and gentlemen, before we have the second session of the keynote presentation, we are going to have a lunch break for 30 minutes. And while you are having your lunch break, you will be entertained by some performances performed by our students from language and art faculties. The first performance will be a Balinese traditional dance called Taruna Jaya Dance. Taruna Jaya dance is one of the most famous Balinese dances, which was composed and choreographed by one of the choreographers from Buleleng, North Bali. Even though this dance is always performed by a Balinese dancer and a female dancer, this dance depicts a moody character of a young man featuring a powerful expression full of emotion and acts to attract the attention of a woman. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Taruna Jaya Dance. Well, that was Taruna Jaya dance, and we do hope that you enjoy the dance. Ladies and gentlemen, the second performance will be a music performance. You will be accompanied by Balinese, Indonesian, and English songs, which will be performed by our students from Language and Art Faculty, Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha. Please enjoy.
First International Conference on Languages and Arts Across Cultures, ICLAAC. Date of event, 5th of November 2020. Venue, via Zoom webinar and Zoom meeting. International Conference on Languages and Arts Across Cultures, ICLAAC, is a transformation from ICEAC, International Conference on English Across Cultures, that has been hosted for 8 years by the Language and Art Faculty of Universitas, Pendidikan, Ganesha, and Undiksha in Indonesia. The Language and Art Faculty accommodates over 700, of whom are majoring in English education, Japanese education, Balinese education, Indonesian language education, English for tourism diploma, communication, and visual design and arts. These various disciplines trigger the conference transformation. There is a high demand to include not only languages and education issues, but also art and art education issues in this conference. Thus, a big theme, literacy across cultures, is selected to embrace all these disciplines. As concerns increased over the spread of the coronavirus in the world, conference organizers canceled the in-person version of the conference this year. ICLAAC 2020 will incorporate remote virtual presenters. Keynote Speakers presentations will be streamed online through Zoom webinar. Furthermore, presenters and participants will be accommodated to present and participate remotely. Arrangement of online presentation possibility is going to be informed later. This decision is taken due to the COVID-19 coronavirus pandemic and in its full support of public authorities in the world in their effort to slow the spread of the disease. The theme of this conference is literacy across cultures. The topics to be presented in the conference are mentioned but not limited to as follows. English and education, teaching English for young learners. TESOL, teaching English and technology. Character education, special need education. Assessment, media development, professional development, material development, and teaching methods. For specific purposes, applied linguistics, cross-cultural understanding, arts and cultures, arts and language, visual design. The keynote speakers in this conference are Sanjoy Kumar De, Shanta Mariam University of Creative Technology, Bangladesh. Cora Lindsay, PhD, the University of Nottingham, UK. Professor Yasuhiko Sukegawa, Tokyo International University, Japan. Professor Dr. Inyoman Dharmaputra, Universitas Udayana, Indonesia. Professor Loputu Artini, MA, PhD, Universitas Pendidikan, Ganesha, Indonesia.
Selamat siang semuanya. Saya salah satu perwakilan pada hari ini akan menyanyikan beberapa buah lagu sembari menikmati makan siang. Oke, langsung saja. Lagu pertama dari kami, lagu dari Michael Bublé yang berjudul Home. Selamat mendengarkan. Oke, untuk lagu selanjutnya, gimana nyanyi lagu Bali?
Kas?
Oke, lagu selanjutnya lagu Bali yang asli dinyanyikan oleh Rake Sidan yang berjudul Sombrero. di jati. Tiang pegawai negeri, tugas ring kantor, bupati golongan tiang tinggi. Yen untuk gaji, pantasnya tiang bersugih, malahan lebih bersampingan di sisi yang luwih panah pepesan yang merpati, walau telah nit yang sengerti. Ampura buka poro timbre, gaji telah disendiri, batin tanah telah di kafe kurenan wawa wewe. Yen kurenan ni nagi pipis batu mane, yen ding tip wetris ilimane nyalokin. Satap tali selokan tu sing merasa, walau telah nijang sing ngerti. Apa ngire lintang bubune bolong, sombrero, pipi setelah ambarero, pipi setelah di sombrero, pipi setelah di sombrero. Oke, lagu terakhir dari kami. Lagu dari Frank Sinatra yang berjudul Fly Me to the Moon. Play among the stars. Let me see what spring is like on Jupiter and Mars. In other words, hold my hand. In other words, darling, kiss me. My heart with song, and let me sing forevermore. You are all I want, for all I worship and adore. In other words, please be true. In other words, baby, kiss me. Da 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 da.
Let me play amongst time. Let me see what spring is like on Jupiter and Mars. Another word, hold my hand. Another word, darling, kiss me. Fill my heart with song and let me sing forevermore. You are all I want, for all I will sing and adore. In other words, please be true. In other words, I love you. I love you. I love you.
Nasi ya.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the time for us to have the second session of Keynote Presentation. In this session, the presentation will be delivered by Professor Lohputu Artini and Dr. Cora Lindsay, and will be chaired by Made Astawa Kusuma Mandala. Without further ado, for the moderator, the time is yours.
Thank you for the time. My name is Mandala, and I will be the moderator for the last two sessions. We will move to the first session now. People say that our true character is revealed when we think that nobody sees us. To impart good characters, the purpose of education has been reshaped by our government. Many have been done to achieve that objective. One of them is through local stories. However, can we use our local stories to bring an impact to the development of global competencies? Thus, to answer the question, it is important to us to learn from the person who has been into the field for many years. Let me introduce you our speaker for the third session. Professor Dr. Andos Lohputu Artini, MA PhD. She did her bachelor degree in FKIP UNUD with English education as her major, and she earned her master's degree at La Trobe University, Melbourne, Australia, and did her doctorate degree in Newcastle University, Australia. Her non-degree trainings involve bilingual education in Leuven Education College in Belgium in 2010, and children's literacy in Indiana University, USA in 2011. She currently works as the secretary of the Postgraduate of English Education Department. She has 9 journals which are Scopus indexed, and she has written 9 books, which are one of them is Bilingualism and Education, published by Graha Ilmu, and she has become keynote and a speaker in many conferences, either it's in Indonesia or in international world. She currently teaches English across curriculum, literacy and language learning, bilingualism and bilingual education, EFL analysis, design and practice, and strategy and design. I believe with the description that I have mentioned before, we are getting more excited to learn more from her presentation. However, before we would move on, I would like to give a friendly reminder that the presentation time will be for about 45 minutes, and the discussion session for the third presentation today will be conducted after the fourth presentation. So without further ado, let's welcome the speaker for this session, Ms. Loh Putu Artini. The time is yours.
Thank you, moderator. Thank you for introducing me. Good afternoon, everyone, wherever you are. Good afternoon. Very warm greeting from Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha, Bali. I'm from this university and very excited to have the opportunity to share an idea in relation to teaching in general or character education in particular. The title of my presentation today is Cross-Cultural Stories in Language Learning from Local to Global. Well, if you put cross-cultural stories into the Google search engine, probably you can find this. Yeah, because most likely that you can find cross-cultural communication, cross-cultural understanding, but not likely that you can find cross-cultural stories. I have a reason to put this terminology, and I'm going to explain later on. The outline of my presentation today, I'm going to start with education goals in general. And I'm going to narrow down into the possibility of the need to redefine education in general, or the two-sided of education in particular. And then we go on with character education from historical perspective. And I'm going to relate this to global competencies, and we are going to see example of the cross-cultural stories that I mentioned before, including the how and the why. So the how here is related to how it is taught. So how do you teach using the cross-cultural stories? And then what do you need to get from there? How do you assess that? What are you going to get from there? And then how is it related to the global competencies? And then finally, I end up with the conclusions. Ladies and gentlemen, if we look at education is a very broad terminology. I'm not going to talk about the definition of education, but I'm going to narrow it down into a definition of education, which can be we can give an analogy of two-sided coin. In one side, it is smart. On the other side, it is good. So education here is like a two-sided coin. What is meant by smart here? It's all to do with intelligence. It's all to do with knowledge that learners get, whether it is from formal educations or maybe non-formal educations, or maybe informal education. So everything to do with knowledge and competencies. Knowledge and competencies that are needed for the life, for real life. And what is meant by good here? Good is to do with moral. Good is to do with characters. It is called moral characters, but usually it is the characters that is used as the terminology. So good here to do with moral characters that make the world a better place to live. This is very broad, probably I say this. Why? Because when we talk about characters, this is to do with something very permanent. Yeah, this is a permanent ownership of somebody that is reflected in the behavior, in the ethical, acceptable behavior that affect the persons to be harmonious part of the community. So that's why I said, when we talk about community, it could be a small scope, and then in a bigger scope is the world. So if people have good characters, they can be a harmonious part of the world, so that it can make the world a better place to live. And between smart and good, they can't stand alone. To be smart, you need also to be good. To be good, you also need to be smart. I'm going to go to UNESCO now to relate the goals. As you know, from 1972, UNESCO already introduced the 4 pillars of education that are very related to the goals itself. Education is for the learners or the student or the young generation to learn to know, and also to learn to do. To learn to know, to learn to do is something related to be smart. So this is related to cognitive part of education, to do with the competencies. And if we break that up into good, so good here start from learning to be. Because when you are good, you are a person who have the self-esteem, who can control emotional intelligence, who have the level of emotional intelligence, who have the ability to be critical and also to have the awareness of the cultural differences. And to live together means that you have the communication skills, you have the ability to do conflict resolutions, and also you have the cultural sensitivity, and also become a multilingual. Yeah, this is to live together is the main point that we are going to address today. So when we talk about smart, then we talk about the knowledge. To be smart means to be knowledgeable and also skillful. And this has been governed by the updated curriculum and regulated by a very clear system, have clear standard and desired learning goals, and supported by massive advancement of information technology. So this is very well off, if I may say, because everything has been taken by the policies, which is translated into the education programs in schools, and then it's keep updated by the trends and also advancement of technology. But when we talk about good, how about it? Is there any updated trend in moral education? Can we redefine what is meant by good? Can we redefine what is meant by, for example, tolerant? So this is the things that we are going to discuss. When we talk about moral characters from historical perspective, it has been long in the history that character is introduced through social ethics. So in the community, it is introduced through religions, and then also introduced through cultural values. And the role of the parents here and also the community is to introduce this. And also the role of the parents and community is to define characters from the dichotomy of good and bad. So good is meant socially acceptable and bad is socially unacceptable. So this is very, it's a dichotomy. And for a long time, moral characters has been passed on the message of good and bad through stories. So here, stories have the role as the vehicle to teach characters. Now, what about the role of schools? Schools have the authority to do formal interventions. What is meant by formal intervention? The school have the authority to design program, to design policies, to design strategies so that characters are exposed, character are taught, character are modeled in such a way so that the children or the generation can achieve according to the desired goals. The school also have the roles to provide multiple opportunities to students to learn about and also to discuss and to enact positive social behaviors. And school build partnership with parents and also demonstrate exemplary models of social behaviors. So we can see here, school have a very important roles. School have the strategy, school have also the model, the program of doing interventions so that it can be expected that the goals for character building can be achieved optimally. Now, how are characters defined today? In the past, characters are very close related to social ethic with the dichotomy of good and bad. With the modern world, character are defined according to different parameters, from characters which are already listed in the country. Every country have the kind of characters that they believe to be developed. And this is an example from Indonesia, that Indonesia have the characters of religious, nationalism, independence, community responsibility, and integrity. And underneath this, there are some other values that belong to this big value. For example, in the community responsibility, for example, there is the value of honesty, the value of politeness, the value of, for example, collaborations, and so forth. And also there is a parameters of literacy. Everything needs literacy. Yeah? Everything needs meaning. Because literacy is how you make how you make meaning out of everything and then use it to the real life. So characters is also underlined by the notion of literacy. And because we live in the 21st century, then literacy is also underlined by all the skills. The 21st century learning have 16 skills, and we only here because it is to do with classroom or to do with schools, to do with activity inside of the classroom. I take the 4 C's, which are the core of the 21st century skills that comprises critical thinking, creativity, communication, and collaborations. I'm going to relate this now to the global competencies. Everything that you do, everything that we do in the classroom, whether it is to do with the knowledge, the skills, and then also the good being, they are all directed toward the achievement of the global competencies. So global competencies is a big thing that actually being there for equipping the generation to be ready to be part of the world. So global competencies consisted of also 16 competencies, but I'm going to take only this part, which is to do with to live together. So as you are aware that there are 4 pillars of education according to the UNESCO: learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, learning to live together. And to learn to live together is really need the value of good. It needs the characters, and some of the characters here are to do with culture. So to do with understanding and appreciate different cultures, and also examine local and global intercultural issues. And this is also to do with engage in open, appropriate and effective interaction across cultures, and also take action for collective well-being and sustainable development. So this is one of the big issue in global competencies, in which we have to understand our own culture, we have to understand other people's culture, we have to appreciate other people's cultures, so that there is a mutual understanding of more cultural, there is a cultural, cross-cultural understanding. Now, let's go on to character education today. So when we talk about character education today, with all the underlying parameters that I mentioned before, character education today should maintain tradition in one way, but at the same way also adapt the modernizations. So the advancement in technology nowadays doesn't mean that we are okay to live our traditions. We have to stick on, we have to still maintain our tradition, but at the same time, we adapt the modernization. We also have to be able to anticipate rapid changes. And we develop literacy and we achieve global competencies. So we are in the area of this era now, in which we keep on with the advancement of technology. We keep on with the advancement with the modernization, but we also have to maintain our traditions. How do you do this? I suggest that we use what is called as a cross-cultural stories, the teaching using cross-cultural stories. What is meant by stories here? Because stories that reflect moral and characters are usually the original stories from countries all over the world. So all countries all over the world, they have the folklores. They have their local stories. All local stories from all countries usually have the cultures and also have the characters. Now we are going to use cross-cultural stories. It means that stories, folklores, taken from different countries. And we can, we can classify the stories, because when I search the stories from many countries around Asia, it seems that there are some similar big themes of the stories all over the countries. And we can classify them according to the big themes, and we can do cross-cultural stories there and do activities inside the classroom. I'm going to show you later how do you use that in the classroom, and then what do you get from the using those stories. So what are the purposes of using cross-cultural stories here? To build an awareness among the young generation about diversity of the world. This is very important. If you look at the main point of the global competencies previously, this is also about understanding of the cultures across countries. And the next one is to understand the differences as part of the learning. So differences is part of the learning, and appreciate differences and build respect to others, and engage in multicultural activities to celebrate the differences. What happened so far, we heard quite a lot. People say that differences must be tolerated, but I think it's not only tolerated, it's more than that. Differences must be celebrated. And also the use of cross-cultural cultural stories is to achieve the global competencies. How do we use it? So if you look at, the website that have the folklores and moral characters, you can see there are so many stories. Yeah, I just give some pictures here that the stories are so interesting, very, very interesting in not only the theme, but also if you look at the stories, they have pictures that right away can attract attention of our students. Yeah, and in this screen, we have the story from Indonesia on the left, and we have a story from Thailand on the right. So from the picture alone, we can talk about a lot of things. We can talk a lot about differences here, differences in cultures, differences and differences in way of life, differences in the customs. Yeah, look at the outfit. It's very interesting differences. And we can also see here difference. Next, please. Next, please. We can also see how beautiful the pictures are, in which we can start right away talking about this with the children, so that we can develop them into an engaging activity, engaging literacy activities, which, yeah, from the screen on the left, we can have a beautiful picture of a story from Africa. And on the right, we have also a beautiful picture representing the culture in China. Next, please. Yes. Now, if you look at the cross-cultural stories, before we start teaching, what do we do inside the classroom? What do we aim at when we use this story inside of a classroom? This is only an example. It doesn't mean that you have to do exactly like what I did. This is how I plan myself. When I use the cross-cultural stories, I start with planning about the character education by Licona, that my teaching should, to some point, guide the student to develop in character education. So there is the level of moral knowing. I start with making them know. And then after that, I make them feel about the character differences. And then after that, in the future, yeah, in the near or in the later, they will have the moral actions. I also have a plan here of the 21st century learning. When I use this story, I have to make sure that the students will also develop in the skills, develop in the 21st century learning skills. So I have the plan in my mind and also written plan that in the activity using the cross-cultural stories, the students should have the learning experience with critical thinking, with creativity, with collaboration, with communications. And I, of course, have to relate my teaching to the global competencies in which the students are expected to understand and appreciate the perspective and the worldview of others. And also, I want my students to engage in open and appropriate and effective interactions. So not literally with people from different cultures, but from the class to understand and relate themselves from the story with people from different countries. I'm going to start with an example now. I have a number of examples. There are so many stories that I collected from all around Asia alone. You can imagine if you want to collect stories from all over the world. From Asia alone, you have so many. And I classify the story here from the big theme. And one of the story here is from Indonesia. And another story I'm going to introduce later is from Vietnam, and the other one is from the Philippines, I think, and they have the same theme. This is a story of what is repeatedly happened with girls, two girls. One is lucky girls, the other is unlucky girls, and in which there is a stepmother in between them. So I'm going to read this story very quickly. So once upon a time, long time ago, there was a widow who lived with her daughter named Bawang Merah and her stepdaughter named Bawang Putih. Bawang Putih is beautiful, kind-hearted, helpful, obedient, diligent, and polite. Bawang Merah was in contrast with all those. Bawang Putih did all the housework by herself, to cook, to clean the house, to fetch water from the river, to do the washing up. However, every day, she was physically and verbally abused by the mother and the sister for no reasons. No matter how diligent Bawang Putih was, she never stopped being bullied by the two of them. So this is how unfortunate the girl, one girl, and the other girl who is mean. Yeah, this is a story that seems to be there in every country in Asia. Yeah, what can you do? This is not a finished story anyway. This is just part of it. But I want to show you what you do with this. You can create moral character analysis. In the moral character analysis, you can have something like this. This is just an example. Maybe you can create something more creative than this. You have the form, so you have the story title and then the country of origin, and you have character names. So in the story I just introduced to you, you have the character's name of Bawang Merah and Bawang Putih, and the description of the characters there. You have the very explicit characters description for Bawang Putih: beautiful, diligent, kind-hearted, polite. And then for the second one, it's not mentioned in the story. So the children have to find the words. So they have to find the opposite words for that. So in that case, they already started to learn about opposite words. And also they learn about characters. And they start having the feeling. Yeah, maybe they are going to go in opposition to Bawang Merah, who has all the main characters, and probably have the pro to Bawang Putih, who has all the good characters. So in this case, the children already learn about the good and the bad, and maybe have the feeling of to which characters they are in favor to. And after that, you can put the cultural unique here, which actually train the student to think critically. What are the unique about the culture in the story? And how these fit into today's world? Is there anything like that occur in the world nowadays? Why not? Why not? Or is there anything like that probably in other part of the world or in other part of the country? That's really raised a big discussion, a big exploration, a big inquiry learning, discovery learning for the student to learn more. And then later on, also, the student have to put my personal note on the moral characters here. Yeah, next please. Yeah, for the cultural unique, for example, this is just in my perspective. Of course, it's going to be very rich inside of the classroom because you are dealing with many students with different interests, with different perspective of thinking. You will raise so many interesting points here. But this is only example. Maybe in a cultural unique, somebody will come up with the idea that in today's world, people do not fetch water from the river. Yeah. Or maybe some others will say, well, in some countryside, people still fetch water from the river, or maybe from some villages, people still doing that. So this raised a lot of discussion. And maybe also an issue that every country has law of justice and will definitely stop the citizen to be mean to the other people. Yeah, this is a higher level of critical thinking. And maybe also something like this come up. The names are not common in today's world. People don't use name of spices for naming their children. Or maybe no one in today's world will have the endurance like Bawang Putih, who didn't protest to the intimidation and discrimination. So there are so many things that can be done from the perspective of literacy, from the perspective of the 21st century learning, from the perspective also from character education. Okay, next please. 5 minutes? 15 minutes, it's still a long time. Thank you. Thank you. And after that, you can do so many activities, yeah? Those activities that I mentioned before will take a lot of time. So it's you as a teacher, you can decide on which to be emphasized, which to be probably raised as the main point of your teaching. And with the follow-up activities, you can even have more, which not only to do with critical thinking, but it is also to do with the creative thinking. So this is to do with creativity, a lot of creativity. Yeah. For example, in today's world, the follow-up activity, for example, reconstruct the story into the context of current real life. So the student can reconstruct the story and put it in the modern world, yeah, with the same characters. There is a stepmother, there is a stepsister with the same name. What can you do with this when you reconstruct the story into modern? So you keep the characters. One is a mean girl, the other is a good girl. Yeah, and the stepmother is also a mean stepmother. How do you put that into a modern world? Yeah. Oh, maybe you can have an activity of make a story review. So you review the story and you are going to publish that in the Wall magazine. Or maybe you can write a drama script. Write a drama script out of this. Yeah. And then also do a storytelling activities. Yeah, with the improvisation. So you can put the student into a collaborative work, collaborative team to create something so that there is also an activity of 21st century learning. So you see, this is the example. You can see there is a character development in one point of character knowing. They can identify which one is good, which one is bad, why they are good, why they are bad, which one they are in favor with. And they can also have the feeling, because in the story, you can see how the good character has been intimidated, has been, having all the bad luck, yeah, and having the miserable life. And that will make the feeling of the student that they feel very empathy, yeah, feeling empathic to the characters who has been the victim, yeah, the victim of the bad characters. And later on, you also going on with the creative activities, like what I mentioned before. So this is an example. I'm going to show you with the next example with the same theme. This is a story of Tam and Cham from Vietnam. Yeah. So I read the story. Once upon a time, there was a young girl named Tam, whose mother died early, and so her father remarried. Soon after, her stepmother gave birth to a daughter named Cham. When Tam's father died, stepmother began to abuse Tam and force her to do all the housework, while Cham lived luxuriously. Stepmother's hatred of Tam was intensified by the fact that Tam was much more beautiful and fair than her own daughter Cham, even though Tam was forced to do all the laboring under the sun, and so forth. So you can see the story is quite similar, but there are differences. If you read the story through, you can see how the story going with a bit of a different plots, but the ending the same. So you can compare this, how you can make the comparison, then you see the differences, you can learn about different cultures. Yeah, I'm going to go straight ahead with story 3, Pikul Tong from Thailand. Yeah, and I'm going to read so that you can have the feeling how they are similar and different. Once upon a time, there was a beautiful woman named Pikul. She was said to have not only physical beauty, but good behavior as well. Her mother died while she was very young, so she was looked after by her stepmother, who also had a daughter named Mali. It was very unfortunate that both the mother and the daughter were wicked women. They forced Pikul to work hard every day. One day, after the job of pounding rice was finished, Pikul went to fetch water from a stream, which was not far from home. On the way back, an old woman suddenly appeared, blah, blah, blah. So you can see the story here very similar. Yeah, the story starts in the same way. The story also builds the scene in the same way. How the story starts by revealing the two girls, one fortunate girl, one unfortunate girl. Yeah, and also there is the presence of stepmother. Yeah, and how the story ends is quite similar. I think it's not very similar with the story of Thailand. Yeah, but ending with a happy ending. Yeah, not quite similar. I mean, in the length. So it's very long to get to the final, to the ending. I mean, okay. So there, as I mentioned before, there are so many activities that you can do, and there are also alternative activities. Such after you compare the story, you can have the activity of comparing here. How is the story similar to or different from the previous story from Indonesia? Which of the story is the best in giving a more dramatic impact on your feeling? For example, the feeling of sad, the feeling of empathy. Which one have, maybe affect you emotionally the most? And what are the points from the story which do not make sense in the context of today's world? And maybe you can give them, continue the story, giving them part of the story, and they have to continue the story to make a different ending. So there is also an activity of creativity. How do you assess them now? Yeah, assessment can be on daily basis every day, or you can assess them as after you see some, effect. So on the daily basis, you can have, some kind of form like this, and then you can put name and number, and then you can have L1, L2 for literacy 1, literacy 2. You have the level of literacy there, and you have character 1, character 2. You can have competency 1, skill 1 with C, maybe creativity, and so forth. You're free to do that. And then you can give the checklist of what you observable inside of the classroom. So when you do that on the daily basis inside of the classroom, you give them activity to this you give the student activity to do. You can do an observation. You can have the checklist so that a check, so that you have a record about what happened inside of the classroom. And then for assessing the student in a bigger sense here, you can use portfolio. Yeah, portfolio is, that portfolio is collection of student work, And with this collection of student work, you can see evidence of efforts, achievement, attitudes, and also you can see also the evidence of characters. And with portfolio, it enables teacher to diagnose student problems and allows students to move toward progress step by step and encourage students to become more autonomous in their learning. So you can use this. I know that everybody have been familiar with this. Am I done? I mean, yeah, okay. Thank you for that. Yes, you can use this portfolio as well, because using portfolio, you have the collection. So every time you finish with a story, in the portfolio, they have already a folder comprises of their work, including what they think. So they note their personal note about the story. So in the personal note about the story, as I mentioned before, the students have freedom to express themselves about the story. They can write anything. Yeah, they can express their feeling. They can say also anything about the author. Probably they say the author seems to be blah, 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 or maybe they comment on the story, or they maybe comment on the feeling about the unfortunate characters and so forth. So from the portfolio, you can see the activity from what is guided and then what is free, from limited freedom to absolute freedom, because they can write anything. So here, from the portfolio, you can have the evidence of the competence and to have the evidence of the character building. Next, please. Yeah, I come to the conclusion now. Yeah, so educational journey toward global competency should start, should start by recognizing our own culture first of all, and then go to other culture. So in that case, the children have the opportunity to compare and to have the experience with cross-cultural learning activities. In this case, we introduce to them the diversity. With what happened nowadays, maybe in some countries or in some schools, students are maybe, if I may say, not forced, maybe are guided to learn more on the cognitive part in comparison to the characters, to the building of characters. So there is no balance on that, which is probably a big issue, because there must be a balance between knowledge and also characters. Because when you teach the student knowledge, you also actually teach them characters, because characters come in any form. Yeah, can come in any form, can come with any subject, can come in any activities. The next one, also cross-cultural stories, is one of the example here, are easy in a way that there are so many things that you can create, so many activities you can create from the story. So it's easy, yet effective. So effective, why? Because effective for the students to learn so many aspects of the 21st century learning. They learn about the 21st century learning. They learn about the literacy. They learn about characters. Yeah. Okay. Maybe this is the last slide. Next. The last slide. Yes. So this is just a quote. Yeah. This is a very interesting quote. We must begin with quality education to combat ignorance, because I have to relate this to my statement before that characters can make the world a better place to live. So that's why I quote this, that we must begin with quality education to combat ignorance, prejudice, and hatred. which are the root of discrimination and racism. We need education to disarm the fears that many feel of the unknown and of other people, their cultures, life choices, and belief. Education is the best way to foster a culture of peace and build inclusive society. So that's my presentation today, and thank you very much for listening. Thank you very much for your attention, and I give it back to the moderator. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So that was the presentation from Ms. Luhputu Artini. We learned a lot about cross-cultural stories and how to bring its impact to the global competencies. Now I've got some questions for the presentation from Ms. Luhputu Artini, but I'm going to save them because we're going to have the discussion first later, after the session with Cora Lindsay. Now let's move to the last presentation for today's conference. A good writer is once a good reader. We cannot write, if we never read. Reading and writing are intertwined. The abilities to write and read are referred to as literacy, which surely is a familiar term to all of us. However, cultural literacy might be a new term that not many people have heard about. To know more about cultural literacy, let me welcome the speaker for the fourth session today, Dr. Cora Lindsay. Dr. Cora Lindsay is a lecturer at School of Education, the University of Nottingham. She has been teaching English language and literature, academic literacy, and cultural studies for many years. She has taught in universities in Italy, the former Yugoslavia, Hungary, Slovakia, and Romania. She worked for 7 years at the Open University in the UK and is currently assistant professor at the University of Nottingham. She also teaches master's program for teachers of English to speakers of other languages. Her publications and research include work on code switching in Wales, her work with the refugee community in the UK, and a teacher training volume published by Oxford University Press. Now I can see the excitement is growing now. However, again, I would like to give a friendly reminder that the presentation will last for about 45 minutes. And after this presentation, we will have a discussion, the questions from Ms. Luhputu Artini's presentation and Cora Lindsay's presentation. Without further ado, let's welcome our speaker, Dr. Cora Lindsay. Please.
Hello, thank you, Mandala, and it's lovely to see you. And thank you to everyone for inviting me to this conference. It's very early in the morning here in the UK, so I've just had my second coffee, and I was very interested to hear the previous speaker. I've got lots of questions for her, lots of comments. And as Mandala knows, I'm a big fan of stories in terms of education and literacy. I'd like to try and share my screen. I hope this will work. Now, can anyone tell me if you can see my screen? I can see somebody nodding. Thank you very much down there. Yeah. Okay, so as Mandala says, the moderator says, my name's Cora Lindsay. I work at the School of Education in the University of Nottingham. And today I wanted to take your theme of literacy across cultures and sort of turn it on its head and talk about cultural literacy. I think there are a lot of things that I'm going to say that will resonate with what your previous speaker said. I'm sorry I haven't been able to hear all the other talks, but I've been asleep. Okay, so if I can start. When I was an undergraduate, I had a tutor who always used to say two things to me, which stayed with me and have been very useful in my life as a scholar and academic. One was keep it relevant. So, you know, it was always when we were answering a question, she used to put lines through things that weren't relevant. And the other one was define your terms. So I wanted to start by defining my terms and taking the term literacy. And according to a standard English dictionary, Macmillan Dictionary, literacy is the ability to read and write. So we have those basic ideas that probably we all think of when we think of literacy, reading and writing. But they also talk about the ability to understand a particular area of knowledge. So it's something slightly broader than just reading and writing. Again, as the previous speaker, I want to pick up on UNESCO's definitions of the term. And again, you can see that for UNESCO, the idea of printed and written materials is still central to the definition. And this idea of understanding, interpreting printed and written materials. And again, this idea of varying contexts. So as with the Macmillan definition, particular area, different areas of knowledge and different contexts. UNESCO then takes it a little bit further. This is a definition from 2004. And they talk about a continuum of learning. So there's this idea of lifelong literacies, that it's something that goes throughout our life on a continuous process. And again, it becomes much broader when they talk about enabling individuals to achieve their goals, knowledge and potential, and this idea, which again, the previous speaker mentioned, this idea of participating fully in community and wider society. So we have this cross-cultural idea of the importance of literacy as a way of living your life, essentially, and not just being able to read and write. I took a word cloud. Word clouds are always interesting. They're always a fun thing to do with students as well. There are a lot of websites where you can get your students to give you lots of words, and then you can create your own word cloud from those ideas. This is one just taken from the internet, but you can see here, again, we have this idea of reading is central, writing and written appear. We have books, we have fiction, we have text. So some of these more, possibly lay ideas of what is literacy. It's reading and writing. Understand is there, knowledge is there, library books, fiction, and so on. So this idea of reading and writing and texts. We also have, though, ideas like lifelong. So you can see lifelong literacy is obviously a concept that many people think of, which harks back to the UNESCO definition of a continuum. We have words like essential. Literacy is essential, an essential part of life, if you like. We have society. So again, literacy as part of being a part of society. Gap is an interesting one. Empowerment, and that's quite a big word here. So again, literacy, certainly for UNESCO, it is seen as fundamental to the education, global education idea of literacy. Okay, so some definitions. They focus not only on reading and writing and understanding and interpreting, but also on this idea of lifelong learning, empowerment, and more than just texts. If we think about collocations are always interesting in English. Which words go together? Which do we expect to go together? And again, from a standard English definition, we can see here we have adjectives: cultural, digital, emotional, basic, universal, so on. So these are all things that we collocate with literacy. So quite a broad range here. Nouns, we talked about computer literacy, information literacy, media literacy. And you notice here we're talking, again, not just about written texts, but about digital texts, sources of information in a wider sense in today's world. One that I've seen coming up a lot recently, for obvious reasons, I think, is health literacy. And what do we mean by that? And that's an interesting one to think about in today's world, I think. The verbs are also interesting. What verbs do we collocate with literacy? And they're positive: boost, develop, encourage, enhance, foster. And they're all, again, this idea of increasing something and over a period of time. Okay, so positive and active terms. So I'm going to take the first of these, of the adjectives, cultural literacy, because we're talking across cultures, we're talking about literacy, and we're talking about literacy across cultures. So cultural literacy is what I want to look at, more particularly in relation to literacy. Cultural literacy then is a term that was essentially coined by E.D. Hirsch in the 1980s. E.D. Hirsch is an American writer who he began his work on cultural literacy because of his perception that there was this big divide in the United States. Again, that resonates with all of us today, I think. But Hirsch saw this divide between the poorer parts of American society, and particularly the African-American aspect of society, and the more affluent, prosperous, and generally white community. And his perception was that it was cultural literacy that this less successful community lacked. So he noted that it wasn't that they lacked reading ability. So going back to your initial idea of what is literacy, it wasn't that they couldn't read or write. It wasn't even that their vocabularies were excessively small, but it was just basic factual information they lacked, which would enable them to understand what they read. So again, you're coming back to this idea of understanding and reading. But for Hirsch, they could understand the words, but they didn't know the facts behind them. So he produced this series of books and coined this term cultural literacy. And he saw himself as collecting together what every American needs to know. And these were basic facts about American life, which would enable the community to be literate and to prosper and to succeed in the educational world. At the end of this book, he has a large appendix, something like 5,000 terms and ideas that he believed, he lists these things that he believed every American needs to know in order to be prosperous and successful in society. And these were divided into various categories. So he had personalities. I've just taken some of these. I think it's very interesting to see what he felt was the foundation of an American heritage or American culture. It would be interesting to know from you how many of these you know. Peter Pan, Adam and Eve, Robin Hood. Robin Hood, of course, is a famous character from the Nottingham area, and David and Goliath. So, you know, these are just taking some at random. These are the part of the cultural literacy of every American. So he had these personalities that he believed we should all know about in order to be culturally literate in American society. He looked at idioms. And again, some of the idioms he chooses are interesting. Actions speak louder than words. ships that pass in the night, the concept of the American dream, and the phrase a vicious circle. And again, I think it's interesting to think about how do we understand these terms? Are they part of our cultural heritage? And also maybe to think about what would be those essential cultural aspects of knowledge that we need in our own societies. What personalities would we choose? What idioms would we choose? The idioms is an interesting one because I often find students who come to the UK who are non-native speakers of English, their English can be very, very good, obviously. But sometimes it is those idioms that they struggle to understand. So a lecture, an academic lecture, will often use metaphoric or idiomatic phrases, and that's what people can as non-native speakers, struggle to understand. Okay, so he chose personalities, he chose idioms. He also produced a first dictionary of cultural literacy for children. And again, I think we can look at the cover of this dictionary for children, see what we identify. How did he choose these aspects? So, and again, I would be interested to know from you which of these you recognize. I certainly don't recognize all of them. But we have Alice in Wonderland. We have the Mona Lisa. We have Abraham Lincoln, of course, but we have, I think that must be Halley's Comet, and so on. So he has identified these are the things that children need to know as part of their cultural literacy in an American society. So this is the concept, where the concept of cultural literacy originated from. And obviously it's slightly controversial as a way of interpreting that. If we come to perhaps the British equivalent or the equivalent in the United Kingdom, in order to become a citizen of the United Kingdom, you have to pass a British citizenship test. And again, I think this is quite common in many countries. I certainly know in many European countries, people are asked to take this cultural literacy test. And again, it's what does it mean to be British? How do you become part of that culturally literate community in a country? And some of the questions, I tried to do this test and I failed. I have to say, I think I got 40%. But I think some of the questions are interesting and indicative of what we think it means to be culturally literate in Britain. So, we start with the first one. Which of the following is a fundamental principle of British life? So these are tests that people have to do in order to get a British passport, essentially. And it's a multiple choice test. So you look at these and you choose, it's communism, intolerance, individual liberty, inequity. I think those are 4 really interesting choices. And we could discuss a lot why they have chosen those terms and what those mean. Then we have this sort of question. What is the name of the tour guides that tell visitors stories about the Tower of London's history? And again, you have to know which of these terms apply to the people who take you round the Tower of London. And just in case you don't know, they're called beefeaters. And of course, all these others, the distractors, do have significance in British history, but they're not the people who take you around the Tower of London. Finally, just as another example, what movement challenged the authority of the Pope? And again, you have to choose from these four concepts in British culture: the swinging 60s, the Reformation, the suffragettes, and the Enlightenment. And I wonder, of course, how many people in the UK would actually know these things. If you're interested, there are lots of examples of the British citizenship test online. Do have a look. see what you think. And it's very interesting to analyse as a way of the government thinking about what it is to be British. So cultural literacy for both Hirsch and essentially underlying this British citizenship test is this knowledge of particular facts, personalities, idioms, and people within a culture. So are we talking about a common heritage of knowledge? And this was from a British news story a few years back now. There is a quiz program on British television, which is called University Challenge, where different teams of students from different universities throughout the UK take part in this competition. And they're asked quite difficult questions, and obviously the winner becomes the University Challenge winner of the year. One of the students who took part in one of these competitions was a girl called Daisy Christodoulou, and she became almost a sort of celebrity figure in the British media because she knew everything. She knew all the answers to all these questions. So there was a lot of interest in who she was, where she came from, and so on. And as you can see from this quotation, her father was an immigrant from Cyprus. And she says he remembers going to school in the East End and very often not knowing what they were talking about. And I think immediately here, I would be interested to know, what do you understand by the East End? People in Britain would immediately understand we're talking about the East End of London. We would understand the connotations of the East End. It's a particularly poor part of London, for example. So again, that sort of common heritage that we have. And she talks about, so her father going to school and not knowing what they were talking about. And this is, again, going back to Hirsch's idea. It wasn't about language. It wasn't about vocabulary. It was about knowing the facts. So she talks about similar ideas that Hirsch is talking. There is a common heritage of knowledge. Every pupil, every citizen has a right to share in that knowledge. So that knowledge should be accessible and available and part of education to all. So again, she's looking at facts, personalities, things you know just almost by living in a country. So is this cultural literacy? Thinking about, again, defining our terms, we have to think, what do we mean by culture? It's a huge term, isn't it? And a diagram like this will take all sorts of aspects. It will take food, language, customs, rituals, all these things that perhaps conventionally we teach when we're teaching culture, the culture of the language that we're teaching. But it also encompasses much bigger things like attitudes and beliefs, behavior. It's often seen as this idea of the iceberg. So Woodgate and Jones, who have a very interesting article about teaching culture to younger learners, they talk about this iceberg approach to culture. And there immediately we have one of those idioms, metaphors, if you like, that are they a reflection of culture in language? So you have at the top, easy to see, or what Woodgate and Jones describe as the superficial, more obvious reflections of culture, things that are visible above the surface. But below the surface, 9/10 of culture remains hidden. So these beliefs and assumptions, values, ideals, they also have things like here, biases. What prejudices do we have? And I think that goes back again to what the previous speaker was saying about educating ourselves to understand those biases and cultures and ideas from different cultures. Body language, again, that's always a popular one to think about and teach, and how those things differ from one culture to another. So we think of culture as those, personalities, idioms, facts that Hirsch and Daisy and the British citizenship identifies, or do we think of it as more abstract concepts? Cultural literacy is within the modern languages curriculum in the UK. It's a central element of the curriculum. So we're not just teaching language, we are teaching cultural literacy within teaching the language. And the Department for Education looks at cultural literacy in a broader term. So we're going back to that broader UNESCO definition, moving away maybe from Hirsch's idea of facts and heritage. So it's a greater understanding of their own lives, this cross-cultural, intercultural understanding, greater understanding of their own lives in the context of exploring the lives of others. Again, that cross-cultural awareness. Learn to look at things from another's perspective, insight into the people, culture, and traditions of other cultures. Children, this is talking about schools, obviously, more aware of the similarities and difference between peoples, their daily lives, beliefs, and values. So we're taking a broad view of culture here. So what is, Hirsch again talks about common cultural literacy. The common cultural aspects that everybody knows in his view. But of course, and he collects this book or makes this list, but we're always thinking about what knowledge is it? What knowledge is it that is part of your culture, that makes you part of your culture? What is your common heritage? So what is that knowledge and who decides? Somebody writes those British citizenship tests and decides that these are the things you need to know to be to buy into, I'm using idioms, the culture of Britain, to be a part of that common heritage. Claire Crouch, who also writes a lot about culture and what it is, and intercultural understanding, she dismisses this idea that what we teach in the language curriculum is the 4 F's. Foods, here we go. So do we teach about food, typical food, fairs, folklore, and statistical facts? So if we're thinking of British culture, are these the things that we all think about? Fish and chips, Stonehenge, Christmas. Brewster and Ellis talk about, again, pick up on this idea of it is not teaching facts about England and the USA, but encouraging our pupils to make discoveries about culture for themselves. So moving away from Hirsch's idea of cultural literacy and this idea of taking a critical, analytical approach to your own culture and to the culture of others. Michael Byram, you may have come across. Michael Byram is one of the first people to write about what he calls intercultural competencies. So again, picking up on the previous speaker who's talking about global competencies. We're not just thinking about language, communicative competencies, but as part of global and communicative competencies, Michael Byram talks about this intercultural awareness, understanding of cultures. And again, he's noting this idea that it is more useful to teach students to become independent culture learners, to teach students how to observe and analyze other cultures in order to gain cultural understanding. Interrogating cultural, this is what cultural literacy means for Byram. Driscoll and Simpson also talk about developing an awareness of the forces which have such a powerful effect on one's identity and the identity of others. And think about the strength of that feeling of what is culture in your country. It is an affective, it is an emotional aspect as well. And being able to understand that enables you to be culturally literate. So they note it's an important step in self-discovery, again, awareness of your own culture and yourself, and understanding the community. Again, this idea of literacy as being part of society and living within society. So, language learning and teaching, and again, there's a lot of discussion. You will all have know of the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis, which argues that language is a reflection of culture and vice versa. Culture reflects language and language reflects culture. I mean, many people would disagree with that. But there is an aspect of language and language learning and teaching, speaking a language, which has an element of intercultural communication. And learning and teaching another language is a means of coming into contact with teachers and learners of diverse personal histories, experiences, and outlooks. Even back in 2016, this was either face-to-face or virtually. So think about the media images we get of other countries and cultures, you know, whether from films or the news or whatever. We can also pick up on this idea of the cultural aspects of language and speaking to people. So Driscoll and Cable note, misunderstandings may occur when speaking to people from countries where the language is spoken without an understanding of the cultural rules governing interaction. So here it's not just understanding who are the people that we're talking about, who is Peter Pan, or what is Alice in Wonderland, or what do we mean by the idiom ships passing in the night, but also understanding the rules governing interaction. And one of the things I often, I know Mandela will remember, I'm sure, I often talk to my students about is this idea of back-channeling, what we call back-channeling, the way that when we speak, in a British Anglo-Saxon culture, silence is something we are very uncomfortable with. So interaction, as you can see from this cartoon, interaction is made up of a lot of noises. Yes, really, indicating that you are interacting, listening with that person. So something like back-channeling is a cultural part of the language, and different cultures have different ways of back-channeling. People have done whole PhD theses on the idea of, for example, back-channeling in Japan, the sounds people make, how they do it, and what it means to interact in another language in this way. Okay, so cultural literacy as facts, cultural literacy as an awareness of much broader aspects of a culture, cultural literacy as a way of how we communicate too. Again, Claire Crouch talks about, she gives this anecdote of a Chinese learner of English, and she says to this Chinese learner, okay, you need to know something about the culture of the language you're studying. And this learner says, well, I can get all that from the internet. I can get these facts. So if we're thinking culture is food, fairs, folklore, or the facts and personalities that Hirsch describes, we can get all that from the internet. But then this learner of English did find that when conversing with a native speaker, he still does not understand what the native speaker is saying. He can understand every word, but he still doesn't understand. And also, more broadly, why he seems to have offended his interlocutor. So this idea of misunderstanding and possible offense from not being aware of the cultural aspects. So although his grammar is perfect, he understands every word, he still manages to offend. And she notes, or they note, that what this learner can get from the internet are these facts, information, expert advice on things to say or not to say. But what you cannot get from the internet is the why. Why are people offended? Why did they get so upset? Why do they attach so much importance to particular things? And think how different that is from one culture to another. So it is not enough to understand people's words, opinions, and feelings. One has to understand their intensity. You have to understand the feeling, the emotion, the emotional value that lies behind the culture. And that is all part of cultural literacy, we could argue. So this is the sort of thing that we often talk about when we're talking about cultural literacy and interaction across culture. This idea that culture is socially shared, we all understand it within our society, taken for granted, we don't question these things. System of rules which guide and control social behavior, which are strongly held, so again, this emotional idea, subconsciously almost. And we can think about, this cartoon picks up on these things like, for example, the use of silence. So this idea of different cultures use silence differently. As I say, the Anglo-Saxon culture is quite uncomfortable with silence. So we do tend to do a lot of yes, and so on. Personal space. What are the differences in different cultures between that? Eye contact, responses to emotions, non-verbal communication. All these things are part of our cultural literacy. Finally, how am I doing on time, Mandala? Am I okay?
Yeah. You still have 13 minutes left.
Okay, lovely, lovely. Okay, thank you. So moving on to really my conclusion at this point, I also wanted, on a slightly light-hearted note, I mean, a lot of these cultural things are what Lawrence Sterne, I don't know if you've come across Lawrence Sterne, but he's an 18th century English writer who wrote a book called Tristram Shandy. If you are interested in English literature, it's a wonderful book. It's quite crazy and very modern. But anyway, in one of his books, A Sentimental Journey, which is travel writing, he writes about his experience of traveling through France and Italy in the 18th century. And he notes, I like this quotation very much, one can see the precise and distinguishing features of national characters more in those nonsensical minutiae, sorry, typing error, than in the most important matters of state. So it's often the little things in a different culture that give us an understanding of that culture. When I ask my students, okay, I say culture shock. What did you find most interesting and surprising about Britain? They will always come out with the little things, the nonsensical minutiae. They will always say things like, why do you have separate taps? So we have separate taps for hot and cold. Why do you put milk in your tea? It's often these little things that people notice and that you notice when you go to another country, the nonsensical minutiae. So I thought I would just pick up on one or two of those nonsensical minutiae, so small, quite ridiculous often details that you notice about another culture, which in many ways tell you a lot about another culture. And a part of your cultural literacy, and that an ability to become aware of them, interrogate them, and understand the emotional strength that they have for a culture. So let me just give you some examples. This gesture, okay, gestures and body language is always an interesting one across cultures. This, for me, indicates a telephone. If I do this to somebody, I will be saying, phone me later. And again, there was recent discussion in the British press about whether this is age related. Would somebody in their 20s or 30s actually use that? Because actually a phone doesn't look like that anymore, does it? It looks like that. It's flat. So you know, this gesture for the telephone for me. But then I noticed when I was talking to my Chinese students and I was handing out handouts in the days when you could, and saying to them, okay, how many of you are on this table? They would do that. They would use this gesture. And I had no idea what they meant. And that for them was 6. That was the symbol for 6. And I would be interested to know, you know, counting in any culture is very different. It's interesting. So that was one thing in terms of nonsensical minutiae. As Mandela said, I published a long time ago now, but I published a teacher training book for beginner teachers, it is. And we had a lot of discussion when publishing this book about what we would put on the cover. And we chose this image of a book and an apple. And it was only much later. This is a, you know, OUP, international publisher. And when I said to my students this book, and they all said, why the apple? And it had actually never occurred to me that it was this, for us, is a sort of international, or it is a symbol of the teacher. And if you look at cartoons of teachers or images, you'll often see an apple somewhere, because traditionally it was something that children brought to school. Oh, we're taking an apple for the teacher. That was a traditional gift that children brought to school. And I suppose I didn't think really that this was not, you know, universal. So there's a, you know, a cultural literacy aspect there. I was also, after that, I thought I should have told my students something else, because they did keep bringing me apples to class every time they came to class. I thought I should have said it was chocolate. Anyway, okay, so the apple, the gestures. You probably can't see mine, but at this time of year in the UK, we all wear a poppy. And again, cultural literacy, cultural awareness. I'm sure you all recognise this person, probably one of the most famous women in the world. This is the Queen of the United Kingdom, head of state, wearing the poppy. And again, how many people that is not an international symbol, but you'll see if you watch any British media at the moment, politicians, everybody, they're wearing the poppy, and it's I won't go into it now, but it's to indicate remembrance of people who've lost their lives in war. Okay, again, going back to the previous speakers, talk about stories, which I think are so important in raising cultural awareness. Picture books. Picture books are a great way of increasing multiple literacies in children. And just looking at one of the images, from one of these books, this was a picture of a picnic. It's a learning to read book for native speaker English children. And again, I thought it was interesting that you could, I don't know what an Indonesian picnic is like. Is it similar to this? Is it different? There's so many of these things here we all immediately recognize, and the semiotics of it indicate that this is a picnic. The vocabulary we choose, again, is interesting from that. You can see quite a lot about the landscape, environment from it, these nonsensical minutiae. Today is the 5th of November. That is a very significant day popularly in the United Kingdom. It is the 5th of November is what we call Guy Fawkes Night, Bonfire Night. And again, there's a historical tradition behind it. But tonight, everybody will be setting off fireworks and having a bonfire in their house. And, you know, if you were living in the UK, as many of my students, I wonder why? What is the reason for that? So interrogating that is all part of cultural literacy. So from nonsensical minutiae, to end, going back to UNESCO and their definition of literacy, and encouraging, promoting, again, going back to those positive and active verbs, that we use with literacy. UNESCO's most recent definition of literacy is quite broad, isn't it? All-encompassing. It looks at literacy as an intrinsic part of the right to education. So again, the previous speaker was talking about education as a moral force, as a force for all sorts. And literacy, cultural literacy, is an essential part of that. The multiplier effect, so this idea of multiple literacies, it empowers people. We're going back to that idea of empowerment, lifelong. Participate fully in society as a central part of being part of a community. And beyond its conventional concept as a set of reading, writing, and counting skills, so not just reading and writing, literacy is now understood as a means of identification, understanding, interpretation, creation, and communication in an increasingly digital, text-mediated, information-rich and fast-changing world. We are a global society, we're a global community. But we also, again, going back to what the previous speaker was talking about, we have our own cultures, which are always interesting, and cultural literacy is a way of understanding our own culture and interpreting those of others. I will end there. And I mean, I do look forward very much to hearing the discussion about these things. Obviously, any questions, welcome. Let me just put up my references, and thank you all very much for your attention. Thank you once again for inviting me, and thank you, Mandala. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Cora. So that's the presentation from our fourth speaker today. Now we're going to move on to the discussion that will last for also 45 minutes. I have saved your questions, and we have already 4 questions, but I will deliver the first 2 questions from our third session today, which is from Prof. Artini. The first question is from Adi Swastawan, a student of English language education. It's about reconstructing the story. And the question is, how to reconstruct a story so that it remains interesting, while the moral message can also be conveyed properly.
Thank you, Adi Swastawan. Yeah, thank you for the question. How do you reconstruct the story? Well, this is actually one of the activities. Yeah, the activities is usually there is a connection between reading and writing. So this is the reading and writing activity, in which in the writing activity, the students are given a task to rewrite the story. Yeah, to reconstruct means to rewrite the story using their own words, and maybe with the adjustment of the story, how the story goes. But they have to still maintain the characters. For example, if one of the characters is mean, the other characters is good, still good and mean, but the story is made different. It's just an activity of creativity. So this is a creativity in writing. There is, if you say, how do you maintain the characters? What is it?
Reconstruct a story so that it remains interesting.
Oh, still interesting. So this is creativity, yeah? I can't really tell you how to make it interesting, but because this is just an activity of writing. So this is a writing activity following a reading, and the student have the freedom to do it as interesting as they can, so that they because the story will be published, for example, by doing class publications. So it's displayed around the classroom. Everybody will read around, and maybe the teacher will give a small form, maybe assessment form, very simple, to see and to maybe to score the story, and then finally they sit down and announce the best reconstructed story, maybe. So that's just an activity. So how to make it interesting? The teacher probably can explain the requirement. The story is going to be scored by peers. So they will make it as interesting as possible. It's of course depend on the student level, language level, yeah. Some students are really good at writing, but not all students good at writing, but you really give the chance for them to express their creativity. So that's the point. The point here is that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So the second question.
Oh, sorry.
The second question is.
Sorry.
Okay.
That's
okay.
Could I add something?
Oh yeah,
okay,
yeah, please, yeah.
Sorry, I just thought it's a really interesting question, and yeah, it's really great to get learners to reinterpret. One of the things I've done as a stepmother myself. And it's interesting that the stepmother is always the evil character, isn't she? And one of the things I've asked my students to do is to take a different perspective. Tell the story from the point of view of the stepmother. For example, you know, imagine you're the stepmother. How do you feel about your stepdaughter and all the rest of it? Anyway, sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to say.
Thank you so much. Yeah, that's also, yes, an idea. It's really an idea that you can write from different perspective to make it interesting. Or maybe write like a diary. Yeah, like sometimes I like to assign student also to write a diary. So pretend to be one of the character and then write a diary, you know, today I feel so bad, or just, yeah, anything can be written down anyway to make it creative. Thank you.
Now we will move to the second question from Ms. Artini. The question is from Santi. How to teach students to maintain traditions while adapting with the modernization at the same time? Can we achieve that with stories too?
Thank you so much. This is a very interesting question. Yeah, how do you keep or maintain the tradition, but at the same time also learn about modernizations? Well, this is, we are talking in the area of language here. I mean, I teach language, and then what I suggest in the strategy before is actually the experience of using the language. And how do you keep traditions? From what I gave the example before is by giving a lot of example of stories from our own cultures, from the student own cultures, and then also then give the activity that relate that to the modern culture, to the modernization. So one of the example of activity that I suggested before is to write the story in the context of today world. So for example, it was the story of bawang merah and bawang putih. It's actually a Balinese story. And that with a very maybe old era of Bali. So this is really the oldest part of Bali, in which the children must be very, very obedient to the parents. They have to help the parents around. They have to go to the river to get some water for the house and that sort of things. And now in the context of modern modernizations, they have to rewrite the story in the context of modern setting. So in that case, probably they have to, the setting is now not in the village in which they have to fetch water, but maybe in the town in which they go shopping to the shopping mall and something like that. So in this case, they can compare between what happened in the past, what happened now. And also with the traditions is by giving, as I told before, by giving a lot of not only stories, but reading materials about traditions. For example, in Bali, we have a tradition of every full moon that we go to the temple together, and we can discuss about that, and we can talk about how this tradition actually give the opportunity for people to get along. So not always get along through the mobile phone, but this is an activity. Then they can compare between the result of the tradition of getting together for a ceremony, and then when they are in the classroom with all the for example, the virtual classes, for example, so they can see how tradition in some ways have the place, and it has to be maintained. And then modernization also the other place in which also should be practiced. I think that's one example. So it's really depend on the creativity of the teacher, because it's very important that they're aware where the students are aware where they are from. They're aware of their community. They're aware of the custom and traditions. They not only aware, but they also appreciate and also proud to be part of it. And they also know what happened today. And in between them, they can go back and forth to probably give their opinion about that, and understand that both of them are very are their life, their real life. Yeah, I think that's I can do. Could you probably add something, Ibu Clara? Yeah, could you maybe something?
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with you. I think stories are wonderful for raising awareness of your own culture and traditions. But the thing about stories is that they are universal often. So I loved your examples, and I mean, I would assume they're the Cinderella story. Does that?
Yeah.
The story of, so I mean, we would call the title character would be called Cinderella, and she has similar names in European languages. And cinders is somebody who. Cinders are the ashes that are left at the end of the fire. So it's this idea of coming out of the ashes, coming to life almost, which is a sort of universal concept, I think. And I did wonder if the names in those stories from Vietnam and Indonesia that you mentioned, I wondered if the names had a particular meaning in those languages. Do they?
No, I mean, sorry, can you repeat the last question?
Sorry.
The name? No, I mean, echoing in this room, because we are in a big room here, and then the sound is a bit echoing. I didn't see from my laptop, but from a big screen.
I know, no, it's difficult. Technology and communication. So the stories that you were telling are similar to the stories that we know as Cinderella. Mm-hmm. The main character would be called Cinderella, which is this idea of someone coming up from the ashes of a fire, and almost this idea of resurrection. And I just wondered if the names, I'm sorry, I can't remember, Bawang Putih? Yes, if the names had any meaning in those languages.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, first of all, yes, the story is similar to Cinderella, but maybe in the Cinderella, because it's a fairy tale, there is a, you know, kingdom, there is a prince and princess, but in this story it's just, you know, the common village in which they not ending up in the you know, in the castle, not ending up with the prince. So this difference, but there is a at the end there is a good ending in which they, because of their you know, good being, good manner, and then finally they met, you know, it's like a fairy godmother, similar, but it's not called fairy godmother, who gave them something which turned out to be, you know, a big fortune. Yeah, for example, give a big pumpkin, and then when they cut the pumpkin into half, and it's a lot of jewelries, you know, yes, that's diamond and that sort of things that make, yeah, that's a fortune. So the story ending up in a different way, but there is, yeah, I think something magic at the end. Yeah, and the names, yeah, naming, it's interesting. Yeah, interesting. This is to do with Balinese culture, but when it is translated into Bahasa Indonesia, it's a bit different. In Balinese, the names bawang merah, bawang merah is actually onion in your kitchen, you know. And bawang putih, yes, bawang putih is the garlic. So that's in the kitchen. But in Balinese, bawang putih mean kesuna. Kesuna mean misuno. There is a meaning beside that. So someone who always betrays someone else. So that's a bad, actually, a connotation of the meaning. But the name is taken from what is found around, you know, around the daily life. So it's just picked from something in real life. But with Tam and Cham, I didn't have time to look at the meaning of the names. But usually, yeah, it should have meanings, yeah, but I didn't really check the meaning of the names, but the one in Indonesia, I know the meanings, yeah. But Cinderella is a different kind. So when we look at the story, the folklore in Asia, and then the story of the, you know, fairy tale in European countries, they maybe the theme the same, the theme of a good, you know, good doing will end up with good luck. It's just the same, but maybe it's a bit different in the choice of, you know, the choice of how it get into the end. Yeah, so the how it get to the end is different. So it's very, very cultural bound, I guess. So it's very, very much affected by culture. So European culture and Balinese culture, Indonesian culture, Vietnam, Thailand. Probably because it's in Asia, it's more similar when the Cinderella type story is collected in Asian area. They are quite similar, but when it's compared to European, it's a bit different. How it comes to the end. So, yeah, it's very interesting. So it's a very interesting, you know, materials to start with.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. That's really interesting. Yes.
Thank you to Ms. Artini and also Cora for adding the answer. So we learned that in order to reconstruct a story, we can maintain we need creativity, and also we can do some adjustments while maintaining the characters to be still in the story. And also to maintain traditions while facing modernization, we can write the story using the today's world context. That's what we learned from Ms. Artini's answer. Thank you so much. Now we're moving to the next two questions, which are for Cora, from Cora's presentation. The first one is from Yoga. The question is, in order to avoid misunderstandings happen because we speak the language without understanding the culture. So do we have to learn one's culture first, then the language, or we have to learn them simultaneously?
Great question. Really interesting question. I mean, I would say the two go together because I think, you know, if you're thinking of communication as language for communication, cultural communication is part of that. So I think the two together, you know, how we interact, how we use the language, this idea of back channeling, for example, is part of the language. So I don't think you can separate them in a way. Then of course there's the whole question of English, particularly as an international language, you know, and do you separate English as an international language from, you know, Anglo-Saxon culture? So it's a very interesting. I think they go together. I think you can't communicate without being aware of the cultural connotations of what you're saying. I think that great question. Yeah. Nice.
Thank you. Now moving to the second question from Andrea. Do you think the same stories and idioms can be used to teach students from other places with different backgrounds? Is there any tips on how to encourage students to analyze other cultures in order to gain cultural understandings?
Is that for me?
Yes.
Initially, yes. Oh gosh. I mean, I think. I mean, most students love idioms. It's a really popular, because it's a creative use of language, isn't it? And I think an awareness of idioms gives you some sort of understanding of the culture of a country as well. And I mean, today we're so lucky that we have access to, you know, the media, films from other cultures, and we see it all around us, don't we? You know, we're not just learning it in the classroom, we're seeing it in action. And, you know, just taking a picture book image for a child, and I think, I'm sorry, I know, but the previous speaker was saying the same about identifying the costumes, the food, the landscape of a culture is very much part of learning the language, and that's one way of doing it. Visuals are a very good way of becoming aware of a culture. So becoming aware of the idiomatic nature of a language. So just for example, one of the common phrases in Britain would be, oh, it's not my cup of tea. What does that tell you about British culture? You know, if it's not my cup of tea, cup of tea is so central to our, you know, anyone comes around to visit, you put the kettle on. So yes, being aware of idioms, being aware of the visual aspects, being able to see interaction in other cultures, I think are all really good ways of raising awareness of cultural interaction. How people gesture, space, all those things. You can ask your learners to look at those things, identify those things, I think. I hope that makes some sense.
Thank you so much, Cora. So we learned that in order to avoid misunderstandings, we're learning the language as well as the cultures together, because we cannot separate them. And also we can make some adjustments also to use stories and idioms to teach students with different backgrounds. So thank you so much for Cora and also Prof. Artini. That's all for the discussion. I believe that we learned a lot today about local stories and also cultural literacies. I would like to thank all the speakers and also all the attendees for the participation in these sessions. Now I would like to give it back for the next session to the MC.
Ladies and gentlemen, as the appreciation to all of our keynote speakers, we have prepared certificate of appreciation. And therefore, we would like to invite the Dean of Language and Art Faculty to present it to Professor Lohputu Artini as the keynote speaker, who is also on this occasion representing the other speakers who attend this conference virtually. So we would like to give Our highest appreciation to all of our keynote speakers, Professor Sukegawa, Professor Dharma, Professor Artini, and Dr. Cora Lindsay. Let us give a very big applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for the presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, let me inform you that actually we should have had one more keynote speakers. He is Mr. Sanjoy Kumarde from Santa Mariam University of Creative Technology, Bangladesh. But unfortunately, he cannot attend to this conference because he is being hospitalized due to coronavirus infection. So let us wish him a fast and good recovery. So ladies and gentlemen, all of the keynote speakers has presented their work, and it means that now we have come to the end of this conference, and therefore we would like to invite the chair of the organizing committee to give a closing statement. Nyoman Karina Wedanti, the time is yours.
Om Swastiastu. Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the end of the first ICLAAC, and it is my task to provide some closing remarks. It is a sad task because we shall be closing the door on lively and stimulating discussion. However, it is also a privilege and an honor to be entrusted with such an undertaking at the gathering of such eminent people from different parts of the world in the fields of arts, languages, cultures, and education. As with all such events, and this conference has been an outstanding example, our minds have been assailed by a torrent of ideas, information, statistics, interpretations, and visions, and it will probably be a day before we can sift through them all, consolidate our own personal perspectives. There is indeed plenty to reflect upon, and if this in any way enhances our individual and collective contribution to the literacy across cultures. Ladies and gentlemen, since ICLAAC is a biannual event, we look forward to seeing you again in 2020, when we shall reconvene to discuss another topical theme, hopefully person to person in a pandemic-free world. Thank you. Om Santi, 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 Om.
So ladies and gentlemen, for the presentation of the other presenters, we would like to invite you all to visit the official Instagram account of this conference at ICLAAC, and you are welcome to watch the presentation of the other speakers, and please feel free to ask questions and give comment in the comment section. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of the first International Conference on Languages and Arts Across Cultures. I'm thankful to all of the guests, presenters, and participants who has attended this conference. Thank you very much. Om Santi, 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 Om.